My children put my husband in a nursing home while I was visiting my sister. I'm Margaret, 76, married to Bill, 78, for 54 years. We've lived in our house for 42 years, raised 3 children here. Bill has dementia, diagnosed 3 years ago. It's been hard watching him decline, but we've managed. I'm his primary caregiver with help from a home health aide who comes 3 times a week. Our kids live nearby, David and Susan in the same town, Robert about an hour away. Last month, my sister in Florida had a health scare. She needed surgery and asked if I could come help her recover. I was torn about leaving Bill, but the kids insisted they'd take care of him. David said he'd stay at our house the whole week, that Susan would come by daily. They promised Bill would be fine. My sister really needed me, so I agreed. I was gone for 8 days. Called home every evening to check on Bill. David always said everything was great, that Dad was doing well, eating properly, no problems at all. Bill would get on the phone sometimes, seemed confused, but that was normal with his condition. He'd ask when I was coming home. I told him soon. I got back last Tuesday around noon. David's car wasn't at the house. I figured he'd run to the store. Let myself in, calling for Bill. The house was silent. Checked every room. Bill wasn't there. Started to panic. Called David. He answered on the 4th ring, sounding nervous. "Where's your father?" Long pause. "Mom, we need to talk about this in person." "Where is Bill?" "He's at Meadowbrook, the nursing facility on Pine Street." I felt like I'd been punched. "You put him in a home?" "It was necessary. He had an incident. We had to make a quick decision." I drove straight to Meadowbrook. Found Bill in a shared room with another patient. He was sitting in a chair staring at the wall, wearing clothes I didn't recognize. When he saw me, his face lit up. "Maggie, you came back. I thought you left me here." I held him while he cried. A nurse came in, seemed surprised to see me. I asked what incident had necessitated placing my husband here. She looked confused, checked her chart. Said Bill had been admitted voluntarily by his children a week ago. No incident mentioned in his file. No emergency, just a standard admission. I called all 3 kids. Told them to meet me at my house immediately. Took Bill with me, signed him out against the facility's advice. Drove him home where he belonged. He kept asking if he had to go back to that place. I promised him no, never again. All 3 of my children arrived within an hour. I'd gotten Bill settled in his recliner with tea and his favorite blanket. He fell asleep almost immediately, exhausted from the ordeal. I turned to my kids and asked them to explain. David spoke first. Said caring for Bill was too much for one person, that I was going to burn myself out. They'd been discussing it for months, and my trip to Florida seemed like the perfect opportunity to make the transition easier. They'd toured Meadowbrook, liked the facility, arranged everything while I was gone. "You put your father in a nursing home without telling me," Susan jumped in. Said they'd planned to tell me when I got back, that they thought it would be easier if Bill was already settled in, that I'd see how nice the place was and agree it was the best option. She said this like she'd done me a favor. "What incident happened that required emergency placement?" I asked David directly. He looked at his siblings. "There wasn't really an incident. We just told them that to expedite the admission process." They'd lied. To the facility, to me, probably to Bill. They'd taken my husband of 54 years and locked him away in a nursing home based on false information because it was convenient for them. Robert finally spoke. "Mom, you're 76. Dad needs round-the-clock care. You can't do this forever." "So your solution was to institutionalize him while I was out of town? To make this decision without me?" "We knew you'd fight us on it," Susan said. "We thought if we just did it, you'd eventually see it was for the best." I asked them to leave. They tried to argue, but I was done listening. David said they'd already paid for the first month at Meadowbrook, that the deposit was non-refundable. I told him I didn't care about his money. Susan said I was being emotional, that we should discuss this rationally tomorrow. I opened the door and told them to get out. Bill woke up after they left, asked if the kids had visited. I told him yes, but they had to leave. He seemed relieved. Said he didn't want to see them right now, that they'd taken him from his home. My heart broke listening to him. He couldn't always remember what he'd had for breakfast, but he remembered his children putting him away. That night I called my sister, told her everything. She was furious. Said if she'd known their plan, she never would have asked me to come. I told her it wasn't her fault. My children made this choice on their own. They'd probably been planning it for months, just waiting for the right opportunity. The next few days were tense. David called repeatedly asking to talk. I didn't answer. Susan came by the house. I didn't let her in. Robert sent a long email about how they'd only been trying to help, how they loved both of us but couldn't watch me sacrifice my health for Dad's care. A week has passed since I brought Bill home. The kids have been quiet after I told them I needed space. Yesterday, David showed up unannounced. I almost didn't answer the door, but Bill was napping, so I stepped outside to talk. He apologized. Said he'd made a terrible mistake, that they all had. That putting Dad in Meadowbrook without my knowledge or consent was wrong. He'd talked to a lawyer about elderly care rights and realized what they'd done could be considered abuse. He looked scared. I told him I wasn't interested in legal action against my own children. I just wanted them to understand what they'd done. They'd taken Bill's dignity, his autonomy, his home. They'd betrayed both of us. "We thought we were helping," David said quietly. "You thought you were solving a problem that was inconvenient for you. There's a difference." He asked if he could see his father. I said no, not yet. That Bill was still upset and I wasn't going to force him to face the people who'd abandoned him. David's eyes filled with tears. He's 49 years old and I watched him cry like he was a child again. Susan called this morning, said she'd talked to the social worker at Meadowbrook, who explained that what they'd done was ethically questionable at best, potentially illegal at worst. They'd admitted a patient based on false information provided by family members without consulting the spouse who had medical power of attorney. The facility was concerned about liability. "We could all get in trouble for this, Mom," Susan said. "You should have thought about that before you kidnapped your father." She got quiet. "That's not what we did. You took him from his home against his will based on lies. What would you call it?" She had no answer. I told her I'd let her know when and if Bill was ready to see them. She started crying, saying she was sorry, that she'd made a horrible mistake. I told her I knew she was sorry. But sorry doesn't erase what happened. Robert came by yesterday with his wife. She seemed mortified by what her husband had participated in, apologized profusely, said she'd had no idea they were planning this. Robert looked ashamed, said he'd followed his siblings' lead without really thinking it through, asked if there was any way to make this right. I told him the only thing that mattered was Bill's well-being, that their relationship with their father was their responsibility to repair. But I wouldn't force Bill to forgive them before he was ready. Bill has been sleeping better at home, eats properly, knows where he is. The confusion that got worse at Meadowbrook has improved. He asks about the kids sometimes. I tell him they're busy, but will visit when he's feeling better. He nods like he understands more than he's saying. My sister called yesterday, said I should consider whether I want the kids involved in Bill's care going forward, that they'd shown they couldn't be trusted with his well-being. Part of me agrees. Another part remembers they're my children, that people make terrible mistakes. But this wasn't a small mistake. This was a calculated decision to remove Bill from his home and his wife because they decided it was best for me, without asking me. They took away his agency and mine in one move. I've updated my medical power of attorney documents to specify that only I make decisions about Bill's care. Added explicit instructions that he's to remain at home unless I determine otherwise. My lawyer suggested it after I told her what happened. The home health aide has increased her hours. Friends from church have volunteered to sit with Bill when I need to run errands. I have support that doesn't involve my children's judgment about what's best for us. David sent flowers yesterday with a card that said, "I'm sorry doesn't cover it, but I am." They're sitting on the kitchen counter. Bill saw them and asked who they were from. I told him. He just nodded and turned back to his television program. I don't know when or if I'll fully forgive my children for this. I don't know when Bill will be ready to see them. Right now, I'm focused on the fact that my husband is home where he belongs, that he feels safe again, that his life hasn't been stolen by people who thought they knew better. Should I let my children back into our lives? Or have they proven they can't be trusted with the people they claim to love? My son's new wife erased all photos of my late wife from their house. I'm Harold, 68, widowed 4 years ago when my wife Ann died of ovarian cancer. We were married for 42 years. My son Nathan, 39, took her death hard. He and Ann were extremely close. After she passed, he'd come to my house and just sit in her reading chair for hours, not talking, just being in a space that felt like her. Nathan met Bridget 2 years ago. I was happy he'd found someone. Bridget seemed nice enough, very organized, very particular about how things should be. They got married last summer in a small ceremony. I gave them Ann's grandmother's ring as a wedding gift, something Ann had always said she wanted Nathan to have for his wife someday. Bridget seemed touched. 6 months ago, Nathan and Bridget bought a house, invited me over for dinner once they'd settled in. I brought a housewarming gift, a framed photo of Nathan with his mother from his college graduation. One of my favorite pictures of them together. Ann's smile was so genuine in that photo, so proud of her son. When I arrived at their house, Bridget answered the door. She thanked me for the gift, but I noticed she didn't bring it inside right away, just set it on the porch table. Thought maybe she'd forgotten, didn't mention it. The tour of the house was lovely. They'd done beautiful work with the renovations. But something felt off, and it took me a while to realize what it was. There were no photos of Ann anywhere. Plenty of wedding photos of Nathan and Bridget, pictures of Bridget's family, even some old photos of Nathan as a child. But every single photo that had included Ann had been replaced with ones that didn't show her. Nathan's childhood photos were carefully selected ones where Ann wasn't in frame. His high school graduation showed just him, not the family photo we'd taken that day where Ann had her arms around both of us. I asked Nathan about it later when Bridget was in the kitchen. He looked uncomfortable. Said Bridget thought it was healthier to focus on moving forward, not dwelling on the past. That having photos of Ann everywhere made Bridget feel like she was competing with a ghost. I told him Ann was his mother, not some ex-girlfriend. He just shrugged and said he was trying to make his marriage work. After dinner, I looked for the photo I'd brought. Found it in their garage, still wrapped, placed on a shelf with other items they clearly planned to store indefinitely or throw away. I didn't say anything. Took it home with me when I left. Last month was Ann's birthday. I always visit her grave on that day. Asked Nathan if he wanted to come with me like he had the previous 3 years. He said he couldn't, that Bridget had planned something for them that day. I went alone. Put flowers on Ann's grave and told her about how our son was erasing her from his life. 2 weeks ago, Nathan called asking if he could stop by. He showed up looking exhausted, said he needed to talk. We sat in my living room, surrounded by photos of Ann, and he broke down crying. Bridget wants me to stop visiting Mom's grave. Says it's unhealthy that I'm still mourning after 4 years. She thinks I need therapy to move on. I asked him what he thought. He said he didn't know anymore. That Bridget had been pointing out all the ways he was stuck in the past. How he'd mention his mom in conversations. How he'd compare Bridget's cooking to Ann's. How he'd want to spend holidays the way they'd always done them as a family. Bridget said these were signs he hadn't properly processed his grief. Your mother died 4 years ago, not 40. You're allowed to still miss her. But Bridget says I'm making her feel like second choice, that she can't compete with Mom's memory. I looked at my son and saw what Bridget had done. She'd slowly convinced him that loving his dead mother was disrespectful to his living wife. That grief had an expiration date. That moving forward meant erasing the past. Nathan, your mother loved you more than anything in this world. She'd want you to be happy, but she'd also want you to remember her. There's nothing unhealthy about loving your mother after she's gone. He nodded, but I could see the conflict in his eyes. Bridget's voice in his head was louder than mine. Last week I found out why Bridget was really so opposed to Anne's memory. Nathan's sister Emily, who lives across the country, came to visit. She'd been to Nathan and Bridget's house for the first time, called me immediately after. "Dad, did you know Bridget's been telling people Mom abandoned the family? That she left when Nathan was young and that's why there are no photos of her?" I felt sick. What? Emily explained that Bridget had told her new neighbors and friends that Nathan's mother had left when he was a teenager, that there'd been no contact since, that Nathan was essentially raised by me alone. When Emily corrected her, said Anne had died of cancer 4 years ago, Bridget looked startled and then angry. Later, pulled Emily aside and said she'd appreciate if Emily didn't contradict her in front of her friends. "She's literally rewriting Mom's existence," Emily said, "and Nathan is letting it happen." I called Nathan, confronted him about what Emily had told me. He admitted he knew about the lies, said Bridget thought it was easier than explaining about Anne's death to new people, that it made social situations less awkward. I asked him how he could let someone erase his mother's entire existence, replace her memory with a lie. "I'm trying to keep my marriage together, Dad. Bridget says she feels like she's living in Mom's shadow. This was her compromise. Her compromise is making your mother disappear." He got defensive, said I didn't understand how hard it was to start a new life with someone when the past kept intruding. I asked him when loving your dead mother became an intrusion. He hung up. Emily convinced me to talk to Bridget directly. I went to their house yesterday when I knew Nathan would be at work. Bridget seemed surprised to see me but invited me in. I didn't waste time with pleasantries. "Why are you telling people Anne abandoned this family?" She didn't even have the grace to look ashamed. "It's complicated, Harold. Nathan was very enmeshed with his mother. Unhealthily so. For our marriage to work, he needed to let go of that relationship. She's dead, Bridget. He doesn't have a relationship with her anymore. He has memories. Memories that he was obsessing over. Do you know he used to call out for her in his sleep? That he'd cry on her birthday? That's not normal grief. That's trauma that needs to be addressed. It's been 4 years. His mother died. Of course he's still sad." Bridget sat down, composed. "I love Nathan, but I won't be second place to a dead woman. When we got married, I made it clear that we were starting fresh. That meant letting go of excessive mourning, removing constant reminders, and moving forward as our own family unit." "So you erased her." I helped Nathan see that clinging to the past was preventing him from fully committing to our future. "Yes, I've been strategic about it. No, I don't apologize for protecting my marriage." I asked about the lies she'd been telling people. She said it was simpler than the truth, that people don't know how to respond to dead mothers, and it made social situations awkward. Better to say Anne had left than to deal with pity and uncomfortable conversations about cancer and grief. "You took away Nathan's right to grieve his mother publicly. I gave him permission to move on. You should be thanking me. He was stuck, Harold. You both were. Someone needed to push him forward." I told her she was cruel. She said I was enabling unhealthy attachment. I left before I said something I'd regret. Nathan called me last night. Bridget had told him about my visit, said I'd been hostile and accused her of terrible things. He wanted to know why I couldn't just accept that this was his life now, his choice. I asked him if it felt like his choice or Bridget's. Everything isn't black and white, Dad. Marriage is compromise. What did you compromise? What did Bridget give up? Silence. This morning I went to Anne's grave, told her everything. Apologized for not protecting her memory better, for not fighting harder when I first noticed the photos disappearing. A part of me wants to respect Nathan's choices. He's an adult. He chose Bridget. He's making these decisions willingly, even if they hurt me. But another part of me knows Anne would be devastated. She loved Nathan so completely, sacrificed so much for him, and now he's letting someone erase her like she never mattered. Like 42 years of love and 18 years of raising him can just be deleted for the sake of making a new wife comfortable. Emily says she's going to talk to Nathan, really push him to see what's happening. My brother says I should cut Nathan off until he comes to his senses, that enabling this behavior makes me complicit in erasing Anne. My friends say to give him time, that eventually he'll realize what he's lost. But time is what Bridget's counting on. Every month that passes, more of Anne's memory fades. More people believe the lie that she abandoned the family. More of Nathan's grief gets labeled as unhealthy and needs to be suppressed. Eventually, there will be nothing left of Anne in Nathan's life except what I preserve in my own house. I'm sitting here surrounded by photos of my wife, the woman I loved for 42 years, the mother of my children. And I'm watching my son systematically erase her from his life because his wife decided Anne's memory was an inconvenience. I don't know how to fight this without losing my son completely, but I also don't know how to watch it happen and do nothing. Do I keep pushing Nathan to honor his mother's memory, even if it costs me my relationship with him? Or do I accept that Bridget has won, and my wife's legacy will be reduced to lies and deliberately deleted photographs? My family is forcing me to sell my home because they want me closer to them. I'm Frank, 75, living in the same house I built with my own hands 48 years ago. Raised 3 kids here, buried my wife from the church down the street, know every neighbor within 6 blocks. This house isn't just where I live, it's who I am. Every room has memories, every repair tells a story. The oak tree in the backyard? I planted that when my son Daniel was born. The kitchen cabinets? Made them myself in the garage one summer. 6 months ago, my daughter Jennifer, 46, started this campaign about me moving. Said the house was too big for one person, too much maintenance, too far from family. She lives 2 hours north in the suburbs near her job. My other kids, Daniel, 44, and Lisa, 40, both live near Jennifer. They want me to sell this house and move into a senior apartment near them. I said no. I'm healthy, mobile, capable. I maintain this house myself. Mow the lawn, fix what breaks, keep everything running. Don't need or want to move into some sterile apartment complex surrounded by other elderly people waiting to die. Jennifer wouldn't let it go. Started sending me listings for senior living communities. Called them independent living, like that made it sound better. Every Sunday dinner at her place became a sales pitch about how great it would be to be closer to family, how much easier my life would be without house maintenance, how I could see my grandchildren more often. I kept saying no. This is my home. My wife and I designed every detail. Her garden still blooms every spring. The porch swing where we spent summer evenings. The bedroom where all 3 kids came home as newborns. You don't abandon 48 years of life because your children find it inconvenient. Last month, Jennifer escalated. She, Daniel, and Lisa came to my house together, sat me down for a family meeting. Said they'd been discussing it and agreed I needed to move. That maintaining this house at my age was irresponsible. That I was being stubborn and making their lives harder by refusing to be practical. Making your lives harder? I asked. We worry about you, Lisa said. You're 2 hours away. If something happens, we can't get to you quickly. Nothing's going to happen. I'm fine. But what if something does? Daniel jumped in. What if you fall and can't reach the phone? What if you have a heart attack alone in this big house? We need you closer so we can check on you. I pointed out I have neighbors who check on me. friends from church. My doctor is 5 minutes away. I'm more connected here than I'd be in some apartment complex where I know nobody. They weren't listening. Jennifer pulled out paperwork, real estate listings, information about senior communities, even a consultation scheduled with a realtor for next week. You made a consultation appointment without asking me? Dad, we knew you'd resist, but we're your children, and we know what's best for you. You, right now. I told them to leave, that this was my house and my decision. Jennifer started crying, said I was being selfish, that they were trying to help me and I was throwing it back in their faces. Daniel said at 75, I needed to start accepting that I couldn't make all my own decisions anymore, that family had to step in sometimes. I'm 75, not incompetent. This is my house. It's too much house for one person, Lisa said. Be reasonable. They left angry. I thought that was the end of it. I was wrong. 2 weeks ago, I got a letter from a law firm. My children had hired a lawyer to petition for guardianship over my financial affairs. The petition claimed I was making poor decisions about my living situation that put me at risk, that I was refusing reasonable suggestions from concerned family members, that intervention was necessary to protect me from myself. I called Jennifer in a rage. She said they'd exhausted all other options, that legal action was a last resort, that they wouldn't actually take control of my finances, they just needed the court to order me to make sensible living arrangements. You're trying to force me out of my home through the legal system. We're trying to ensure you're safe and cared for. If you'd just agree to move, we could drop all this. So it was extortion. Move voluntarily, or they'd take me to court and force it. I hired my own lawyer. He reviewed the petition and said it was weak, that I'm clearly competent, managing my affairs well, maintaining my property, that judges don't grant guardianships just because adult children think their parent should move closer to them. But he also said fighting it would be expensive and emotionally draining. The preliminary hearing was last week. The judge heard both sides. My children's lawyer presented their case. I'm elderly, living alone in a large house 2 hours from family, refusing to make practical changes. My lawyer presented evidence of my competence, paid bills, well-maintained house, clean medical records, testimony from neighbors and my doctor. The judge asked me directly why I wouldn't move closer to my children. I told her the truth. This house is my life's work. My wife's memory lives here. Moving would feel like abandoning everything we built together. The judge seemed to understand. She denied the guardianship petition, said I'm clearly competent to make my own living decisions. My children's lawyer tried to argue, but the judge was firm. Being elderly and stubborn isn't grounds for guardianship. Jennifer left the courtroom in tears. Daniel looked furious. Lisa wouldn't even look at me. That was 3 days ago. None of my children have called since. My grandchildren, who used to video chat with me weekly, haven't been in contact. When I try calling, nobody answers. Jennifer's husband finally called me back yesterday, said the family needs space right now, that I'd humiliated them in court by refusing to do the reasonable thing. The reasonable thing was respecting my decision about my own home. You chose a house over your family. I chose to maintain my independence. That's not the same thing. He said the family had tried to help me, that I'd rejected every offer, that now I'd have to manage alone since I'd made it clear I didn't want their involvement. It sounded like a threat. My neighbor Tom came by this morning, said Jennifer had called him asking him to keep an eye on me, said I was having difficulties. Tom was confused because I seem fine to him. I explained what happened. He was shocked that my kids had tried to force me out through the courts. This is your home, Frank. You built it. Nobody should be able to take that from you. But they're still trying. Jennifer sent an email yesterday, said they're exploring other options, that they've talked to my doctor about having me declared unable to live independently, that they've contacted Adult Protective Services claiming I'm living in unsafe conditions, that they're not giving up just because one judge didn't see things their way. I walked through my house last night, every room filled with memories. The living room where we hosted birthday parties, the dining room where we had family dinners every Sunday, the basement workshop where I built furniture, the master bedroom where my wife died peacefully in her sleep 4 years ago. This house is more than wood and nails. It's my life story. And my children want me to sell it, abandon it, move into some anonymous apartment so I'm convenient to their schedules. My lawyer says if they contact APS, I'll have to deal with an investigation. That even if I'm cleared, the process is invasive and stressful. He suggested I might want to compromise, maybe sell the house voluntarily and find a place of my own choosing near my kids. That fighting them on every front will exhaust me. But why should I compromise? I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm living in my own home, taking care of myself, bothering nobody. My children are the ones who can't accept that I don't want what they want for me. Friends from church say family relationships are precious, that I should try to repair things. But how do I repair a relationship with people who tried to use the courts to force me out of my home? Who hired a lawyer to have me declared incompetent? Who are now threatening to sic APS on me until I comply with their wishes? My wife would know what to do. She was always better at handling the kids when they got demanding. But she's gone, and I'm alone figuring out how to stand up to our children who've decided they know better than I do about how I should live my life. The house is quiet tonight. Just me and the memories, and the fear that my children won't stop until they've forced me out. That this place I built with my own hands, where I raised my family and mourned my wife, will be taken from me not by inability to care for it, but by children who think convenience matters more than home. Should I sell and move to keep peace with my family? Should I keep fighting and risk losing my children entirely? Or should I find a middle ground that lets me keep my independence without completely destroying these relationships? And why should having children mean giving up the right to determine where you live in your final years? My granddaughter is getting married and uninvited me because I'm in a wheelchair now. I'm Dorothy, 73, grandmother to 5 grandchildren. My oldest granddaughter, Alexis, 26, is getting married next spring. I've been involved in the wedding planning from the start, helping with decisions, attending dress fittings, the whole thing. Alexis and I have always been close. After her mother, my daughter Rachel, died 7 years ago, I became even more important in her life. I've tried to be there for her the way Rachel would have been. 3 months ago, I had a stroke. It affected my left side primarily. I've been doing physical therapy 5 days a week and making progress, but my doctors say I'll likely need a wheelchair for the foreseeable future, maybe permanently. It's been an adjustment, learning to navigate my house differently, figuring out accessibility issues, accepting that my body doesn't work the way it used to. But I'm managing. My mind is sharp, my speech is fine, I'm still me, just with wheels now. Last week, Alexis came to visit. She seemed nervous, kept fidgeting with her engagement ring. I asked what was wrong. She said she needed to talk to me about the wedding. My heart jumped, thinking maybe she was having doubts about her fiancé, but it wasn't that. Grandma, the venue we chose isn't very accessible. There are stairs to the ceremony location, and the reception is in a garden with gravel paths. I've been thinking about it, and I'm worried it will be too difficult for you to attend. I told her I could manage, that I'd been researching wheelchair-accessible transportation, that I could navigate stairs with help, that gravel was tricky but not impossible. She looked uncomfortable. The thing is, we've already taken our main wedding photos, and you weren't in them because of your stroke. The photographer is expensive to rebook, and Brad's family is very traditional about how weddings should look. His mother has been very specific about the aesthetic she wants. What are you saying, Alexis? I think it might be better if you watched the ceremony via live stream from home. We're setting one up for Brad's grandmother who can't travel. You could watch with her virtually. That way you're still part of the day, but we don't have to worry about accessibility issues or how things look in photos. I sat there trying to process what my granddaughter had just said. She didn't want me at her wedding because I was in a wheelchair, because it would be inconvenient, because her future mother-in-law cared more about aesthetics than about me being there. Your mother would have wanted me there, I said quietly. Alexis's eyes filled with tears. I know, but Mom isn't here and this is my wedding. I have to think about what works best for everyone. Everyone except me, apparently. She left shortly after. I haven't heard from her since. That was 6 days ago. I called my other daughter, Alexis's Aunt Nina, and told her what happened. She was furious. Said she'd talk to Alexis immediately. Called me back an hour later saying Alexis insisted this was her decision, that the venue really was difficult to navigate, that she thought I'd be more comfortable at home. Nina didn't believe the excuse any more than I did. She's embarrassed by you being in a wheelchair, Nina said bluntly. Brad's family is wealthy and image-conscious. They probably made some comment and Alexis caved. I didn't want to believe my granddaughter would be that shallow. The girl I'd helped raise, who used to spend weekends at my house, who'd sobbed in my arms when her mother died. But the evidence was hard to ignore. She disinvited me from her wedding because of how I'd look in photos. Nina suggested she could boycott the wedding in solidarity. I told her no. This was her niece's wedding. She should go. But I appreciated the loyalty. My other grandchildren, Nina's kids, called expressing outrage, said they'd talk to Alexis. I asked them not to. If Alexis wanted me at her wedding, she needed to make that decision herself, not be guilted into it by cousins. Yesterday, Brad's mother, Catherine, came to my house. I was surprised to see her. We'd met a few times but weren't close. She sat in my living room looking perfectly put together in clothes that probably cost more than my monthly expenses. I understand there's been some confusion about the wedding arrangements, she said. There's no confusion. Alexis uninvited me because the venue isn't accessible and I'm in a wheelchair. Catherine shifted uncomfortably. The venue is a historic estate. It has certain limitations. Alexis and Brad chose it for its beauty and significance. Making it fully accessible would require extensive modifications that, frankly, aren't feasible. So you're here to explain why it's reasonable that I can't attend my granddaughter's wedding? I'm here to explain that sometimes we have to make difficult choices for the greater good of an event. This is Alexis and Brad's special day. It should be perfect. Having to worry about wheelchair access, making special accommodations, potentially damaging the grounds with wheelchair tracks on the garden paths, these things would create stress and detract from the joy of the occasion. I stared at her. You're worried about wheelchair tracks on garden paths? The estate is very particular about maintaining the grounds. These are legitimate concerns. My granddaughter is getting married. I've been part of her life since she was born. I helped raise her after her mother died. And you're telling me I can't attend because of garden paths? Catherine stood up. I can see you're upset. I hope you'll understand that this decision is about logistics, not personal feelings. We want you to feel included, which is why we're providing the live stream option. After she left, I sat in my wheelchair in my living room and cried for the first time since my stroke. Not because of my limitations, but because the people who were supposed to love me had decided those limitations made me unworthy of being present for important moments. Alexis finally called me last night. Said she'd heard Catherine had visited, wanted to make sure I understood the situation. I asked her directly if she was embarrassed by me being in a wheelchair. She denied it immediately, said it was purely practical concerns. I asked if she'd looked into ramps or alternate routes at the venue. She admitted she hadn't. Because you don't want me there, I said. Grandma, that's not fair. This is complicated. It's really not. Either you want your grandmother at your wedding or you don't. If you wanted me there, you'd find a way to make it work. But you'd rather I stay home than deal with the inconvenience of accessibility. She started crying, said I was making her feel terrible, that planning a wedding was stressful enough without family drama. I told her this wasn't drama. It was her choosing her future mother-in-law's aesthetic preferences over her own grandmother's presence. She said I was being manipulative. "Your mother would be heartbroken," I said. "She'd be devastated that her daughter valued appearance over family." Alexis hung up on me. Nina called this morning saying Alexis had posted on social media about dealing with difficult family members who don't understand that brides have to make tough choices. My other grandchildren commented defending me. Now there's a family war playing out online. Brad's sister reached out via Facebook. Said she was sorry about the situation, that she'd tried to talk to her mother about making accommodations, but Catherine was adamant about the venue remaining as is. She said Alexis had been conflicted, but ultimately decided her fiancé's family's opinion mattered more since they were paying for most of the wedding. So that's what it came down to. Money. Catherine and Brad's family were funding this wedding, and therefore got to decide who was worth accommodating. I wasn't worth the expense or effort. My physical therapist asked me today how I was doing emotionally. I broke down in the session. Told her everything. She said she sees this more than people think. Families treating newly disabled relatives differently, excluding them from events because of discomfort with disability. She said it wasn't about me. It was about their issues with what disability represents to them. But it is about me. It's about my granddaughter looking at me in this wheelchair and deciding I no longer fit into her perfect day. It's about a family I've loved and supported, choosing aesthetics and money over my presence. It's about realizing that conditional love ends when you become inconvenient. The wedding is in 4 months. I received a formal notice in the mail today about the live stream details. Username and password to watch the ceremony from home. Like I'm some distant relative who couldn't travel, not the grandmother who helped raise the bride. Nina says I should show up anyway, that they can't physically stop me. My other grandchildren are saying they'll boycott if I'm not invited back. Part of me wants to let them fight this battle. Another part knows that showing up where I'm not wanted would only prove to Alexis that I'm the difficult one. I keep looking at photos from when Alexis was little. Me pushing her on swings, teaching her to bake, holding her when she cried about her mother. Wondering at what point I became someone not worth making room for. Was it the moment I needed a wheelchair? Or had I always been disposable and just never realized it until my disability made me inconvenient? Should I accept the live stream and preserve what's left of family peace? Or should I fight for my right to be physically present at my granddaughter's wedding, even if she clearly doesn't want me there? My grandchildren's mother told them I died so they'd stop asking to visit me. I'm Edward, 74, grandfather to 3 kids, Mason, 10, Olivia, 8, and Harper, 5. Their father is my son Tom, 41. Tom divorced their mother Kayla 3 years ago after he found out she'd been having an affair. It was messy, lots of anger and lawyers. Tom got primary custody because Kayla's work schedule made it difficult for her to have the kids full-time. She has them every other weekend and 1 evening a week. I've always been close with my grandkids. Before the divorce, they'd spend every Saturday at my place. We'd do projects in my workshop, bake cookies, work on the old model train set I've had since Tom was a boy. After the divorce, the routine continued when they were with Tom. When they were with Kayla, I didn't see them much, but that seemed normal given the custody arrangement. About 6 months ago, I noticed the kids seemed different when they came back from Kayla's place. More withdrawn, less excited to see me. I figured it was just adjustment issues from the divorce finally catching up to them. Kids process these things slowly. But then Mason said something strange one Saturday while we were working on the train set. "Mom said you might not be around much longer." I asked what he meant. He shrugged, said Kayla had told them I was very old and sick, that they should enjoy time with me while they could. I'm 74 and healthy. I have high blood pressure controlled with medication, nothing serious. I told Mason I was fine, planned to be around for a long time. He looked relieved but confused. 2 weeks later, Tom called me sounding upset. Said the kids had come home from Kayla's place crying. When he asked why, Olivia said they were sad about Grandpa dying. Tom had been confused, called me immediately to make sure I was alive. I was. Very much alive, working in my garden at that exact moment. Tom confronted Kayla. She claimed the kids had misunderstood something she'd said, that she'd been trying to explain that older people don't live forever and they should appreciate their grandparents. Tom didn't believe her, but couldn't prove she'd actually told them I was dead. Last month was Harper's 5th birthday. Tom threw her a party at his house. All the kids' friends came, our whole family. Kayla was there for her custody time. Harper was opening presents when she got to mine, a dollhouse I'd spent weeks building in my workshop. She opened it, looked confused, then started crying. "But Mommy said Grandpa went to heaven. How did he give me a present if he's dead?" The entire party went silent. Kayla's face turned red. She tried to laugh it off, said Harper must have had a bad dream. But Harper insisted, said Mommy had told all of them that Grandpa had died peacefully in his sleep 2 months ago, that he wasn't in pain, that he was with Grandma now in heaven. Tom lost it, started yelling at Kayla in front of everyone. She grabbed her purse and left. The party ended early with confused kids and uncomfortable parents. Tom's sister drove the grandchildren to my house so they could see for themselves that I was alive. They ran to me crying, hugging me, touching my face like they couldn't believe I was real. Mason kept saying, "Mom showed us pictures of your funeral. There were flowers and everything." Olivia said Kayla had told them it was too sad for kids to attend, so that's why they hadn't gone. Harper just clung to me repeating, "You're not dead, you're not dead," over and over. I held them while Tom explained that their mother had lied, that I'd never died, never been sick, that there was no funeral. Mason asked why someone would lie about something like that. None of us had a good answer. After the kids calmed down, Tom and I talked privately. He was furious, said he was going back to court to modify custody, that telling children their grandfather died was psychological abuse. He showed me texts from Kayla's phone that he'd found on Mason's iPad, messages to her sister saying she was tired of the kids asking to visit me on her weekends, that it was easier to just tell them I was gone. She'd planned it, deliberately told 3 children that their grandfather had died to avoid the inconvenience of bringing them to visit me. She'd even created fake funeral photos, using pictures from some random memorial service she'd found online, showed them to the kids as proof. I felt sick. These children had spent 2 months believing I was dead, grieving me, dealing with that loss, all because their mother found their love for me inconvenient during her limited custody time. Tom filed an emergency custody modification the next day. Included affidavits from everyone at the party who'd witnessed Harper's reaction, statements from the kids about what Kayla had told them, the fake funeral photos she'd shown them. His lawyer said it was one of the most disturbing cases of parental manipulation he'd seen. Kayla's lawyer called Tom, trying to negotiate. Said Kayla was willing to do family therapy, that she'd made a mistake but didn't deserve to lose her kids over it. Tom told them there was no negotiation. She'd traumatized their children with a lie about death. There would be consequences. The hearing was last week. Kayla claimed she'd only said it once as a joke, and the kids had blown it out of proportion. The judge didn't believe her, especially after Mason testified about the funeral photos and the multiple conversations about my death. Kayla's custody was reduced to supervised visitation only, pending psychological evaluation. Mason asked me yesterday if I was mad at their mom. I told him I was sad she'd made a choice that hurt them. He said he was mad, that he'd cried at school because he thought I was dead and couldn't tell his friends why he was sad, because it made him too upset. Kayla showed up at my house 3 days ago. I don't know how she knew Tom wasn't there, but she knocked on my door around noon. I almost didn't answer, but she kept knocking. When I opened the door, she looked terrible. Hadn't slept, makeup smeared, wrinkled clothes. "I need you to talk to Tom. Tell him I didn't mean for this to happen." I asked her how she didn't mean for it to happen when she'd created fake funeral photos and told 3 children their grandfather was dead multiple times over 2 months. She started crying, said she'd been overwhelmed, that the kids wanted to visit me every single weekend, and it was cutting into her time with them. "So you killed me off." I thought it would be temporary, that after a while I'd tell them it was a misunderstanding, that you were fine. I didn't think they'd take it so hard. I asked her to leave. She begged me to help her, said she was losing her children, that Tom was turning them against her. I told her she'd done that herself, that what she did wasn't some small lie, it was calculated cruelty against her own kids. "They're my children. I gave birth to them. I have rights." "You told them their grandfather died to avoid inconvenience. What kind of mother does that?" She called me a self-righteous old man who'd always thought he was better than her. Said Tom's whole family had looked down on her from the start, that this was just an excuse to take her kids away. I told her to leave or I'd call the police. She left screaming that I'd regret this, that she'd make sure I never saw her children again. Tom's lawyer sent her a cease and desist the next day. Apparently she'd been calling Tom's work, showing up at the kids' school, harassing Tom's sister. The supervised visitation hasn't even started yet, because she hasn't completed the required psychological evaluation. She's fighting it, says the evaluator is biased. Mason told me last night that he's scared his mom will take them away and really make me die. I didn't know how to respond to that. What do you say to a 10-year-old who's been so traumatized by his mother's lie that he thinks she has the power to make it come true? The younger two are having nightmares. Olivia wakes up crying, asking Tom if Grandpa is still alive. Harper won't let me out of her sight when she's at my house, follows me from room to room like she's afraid I'll disappear. Their therapist says they're dealing with complicated grief, mourning someone who didn't actually die, and betrayal trauma from the person who lied to them. Tom asked if I wanted to pursue charges against Kayla. Apparently what she did could be considered emotional abuse under state law. Part of me wants to see her face consequences beyond reduced custody. Another part of me knows that would just drag the kids through more legal proceedings. My daughter, Tom's sister, says Kayla is telling people that the family is lying, that she never said I died, that we're all conspiring against her. She's posted on social media about parental alienation, about fathers who use the courts to steal children from mothers. Her friends are sending Tom and me hateful messages, but the truth is, in those fake funeral photos, in the testimony from 3 children who described in detail what their mother told them about my death, in the text messages to her sister admitting she'd lied to make her life easier. The evidence is overwhelming. I'm 74 years old. I expected I'd die eventually, that my grandchildren would grieve me someday, but I never imagined they'd have to grieve me while I was still alive. That their own mother would weaponize my death as a tool to control her custody time. That I'd have to prove I'm alive to children who'd been convinced I was gone. Should I push for criminal charges, or let the custody arrangement be consequence enough? And how do I help these kids rebuild trust when the person who hurt them is their own mother? My daughter-in-law convinced my son to skip my cancer treatment to go on vacation. I'm Patricia, 71, widowed for 6 years now. I have one son, Michael, 45, married to Jennifer, 42. They have 2 kids, Emma, 14, and Jake, 11. Michael and I have always been close, especially after his father passed. He calls me every Sunday, visits at least twice a month, takes care of things around my house I can't manage anymore. 4 months ago, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. Stage 2, caught relatively early. My oncologist recommended aggressive treatment, 8 rounds of chemotherapy followed by radiation. I was terrified, but Michael was right there with me at every appointment. He promised he'd be with me through all of it. Jennifer seemed supportive too, sent care packages, offered to help however she could. My first chemo session was scheduled for September 15th. Michael had marked it on his calendar months in advance, We'd talked about how he'd drive me there, stay with me during the 4-hour infusion, take me home after. I was dreading it, but knowing he'd be there made it bearable. September 10th, 5 days before my treatment, Michael called. He sounded weird, strained, said he needed to talk to me about something. My heart sank immediately. He explained that Jennifer had surprised him with a family trip to Hawaii. She'd booked it months ago as an anniversary gift, specifically chose these dates because the kids would be on fall break. The trip was September 13th through the 20th. That's the week of my chemo, I said. Long silence. I know, Mom. I'm so sorry. Jennifer didn't realize when she booked it. The tickets are non-refundable, and she's been planning this for our anniversary. Is there any way you could reschedule? I called my oncologist. The schedule was packed for weeks. Moving my treatment would delay everything, potentially affect outcomes. I explained this to Michael. He sounded torn, said he'd figure something out. I told him not to worry, that my neighbor Carol had already offered to help if needed. That hurt to say, but I didn't want to be the reason he missed a family vacation. He's a good son. He works hard, deserves a break. Jennifer had clearly put thought into this anniversary gift. I convinced myself it was fine. September 13th came. I saw Michael's vacation photos on Facebook. The beach, the kids snorkeling, Jennifer in a sundress at a luau. They looked happy. I tried to be happy for them. September 15th. I woke up feeling sick with dread. Carol drove me to the oncology center. The nurses were kind, but it wasn't the same as having my son there. The chemo made me violently ill. I threw up in the car on the way home. Carol helped me into bed, stayed until I fell asleep. I'd never felt more alone. Michael called me from Hawaii that evening, asked how treatment went, said he felt terrible about missing it. I told him it was fine, that Carol had been wonderful. He said he'd definitely be there for the next one. I said okay, and let him get back to his vacation. What I didn't tell him was that I'd called Jennifer 2 weeks before my treatment, called to thank her for the care package she'd sent. During that conversation, I'd mentioned my first chemo date, September 15th. She'd acknowledged it, said she'd be thinking of me. This was after she'd supposedly already booked the Hawaii trip. She'd known the dates conflicted. I didn't say anything then. Didn't want to cause problems in their marriage, but it nagged at me. If she'd booked the trip months ago like Michael said, why hadn't she mentioned the conflict when I brought up my treatment date? After they got back from Hawaii, I asked Michael about the trip booking details. Just casually. Said the photos looked amazing, and I wanted to know how Jennifer had found such a great deal. He showed me the confirmation email. The booking date was August 28th, 3 weeks after my cancer diagnosis, 2 weeks after we'd specifically discussed my treatment schedule at a family dinner where Jennifer was present. She'd booked a vacation during my chemo on purpose. I didn't tell Michael what I'd discovered. Spent the next week trying to understand why Jennifer would do this. We'd always gotten along fine. She'd never seemed resentful of my relationship with Michael. But the dates didn't lie. She'd deliberately scheduled a trip that would ensure Michael wasn't available for my cancer treatment. My second chemo session was 3 weeks later. Michael was there this time, very attentive. But I kept thinking about Jennifer sitting at home with the kids, knowing she'd successfully removed him from my first treatment, the one that had been the scariest, the one where I'd needed him most. I started paying closer attention to things. Noticed that Jennifer often scheduled family activities on days Michael had planned to visit me. Would text him right before he left their house about some urgent thing she needed him to handle. He'd call apologizing, asking if we could reschedule. I always said yes because I didn't want to be difficult. At Thanksgiving, 3 weeks ago, I was at their house for dinner. Michael was helping me bring dishes from the kitchen when Jennifer called him back for something. I heard her tell Emma in the dining room, "See, now Grandma has to manage on her own. Maybe she'll learn she can't always depend on your father." She didn't know I was in the hallway. I stood there frozen, holding a bowl of mashed potatoes, listening to my daughter-in-law talk about me like I was some burden that needed to be eliminated from her husband's life. I confronted Jennifer yesterday, called and asked if I could come over when Michael was at work and the kids were at school. She sounded surprised, but agreed. I drove to their house, sat in her living room, and asked her directly why she'd scheduled the Hawaii trip during my first chemotherapy. She tried to deny it at first, said it was just an unfortunate coincidence. I showed her the booking confirmation date Michael had showed me, reminded her we'd discussed my treatment schedule weeks before she booked the trip, told her I'd heard what she said to Emma at Thanksgiving. Her face changed. The friendly daughter-in-law mask slipped away. You want the truth? Fine. Michael spends too much time worrying about you. You call him for every little thing. He drops everything whenever you need something. I'm his wife. His children should be his priority, not his elderly mother who needs constant attention. I have cancer. And I'm sure that's very difficult for you. But Michael has a family of his own now. You had him for 45 years. At some point, you need to let him focus on his own life. I asked if she understood that her husband loved me, that wanting to support his mother through cancer treatment wasn't neglect of his family. She said she understood perfectly, but that didn't change the fact that Michael's first obligation was to his wife and children, not to me. So you deliberately scheduled the vacation to conflict with my treatment. I scheduled a vacation for my family during fall break. If it happened to be the same week as your appointment, that's unfortunate, but not my problem. I left without saying anything else, drove home shaking, called my oncologist and asked for a change in my emergency contact information, removed Michael, added Carol instead. If Jennifer was going to work this hard to separate me from my son, I wasn't going to give her ammunition by depending on him. Michael called last night. Jennifer had told him about our conversation, her version where I'd accused her of sabotaging my treatment and been unreasonably hostile. He wanted to know what really happened. I told him everything. The booking dates, the comment to Emma, Jennifer's admission that she'd deliberately scheduled the trip to keep him away from my first chemo. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said he needed to talk to Jennifer and would call me back. That was 12 hours ago. He hasn't called. Jennifer texted me this morning, said I was trying to destroy her marriage, that Michael was upset and it was my fault, that I was a manipulative old woman who couldn't accept that her son had moved on. She said if I loved Michael, I'd back off and let him live his life without my constant neediness. I'm sitting here on my 4th round of chemo, alone except for Carol, who's reading a magazine in the chair next to me. My son hasn't called. My daughter-in-law hates me for wanting my son's support during cancer treatment. And I'm wondering if I should have just kept quiet, let Jennifer win, maintained peace in the family, even if it meant suffering alone. Emma called me yesterday, crying. Said her parents had been fighting since Michael talked to Jennifer about the Hawaii trip. That her mom was saying terrible things about me, that her dad was defending me, that she doesn't understand what's happening, but everyone is angry and sad. I told her I loved her, that adult problems were complicated, that none of this was her fault. She asked if I was going to stop coming to family dinners. I didn't know how to answer that. Carol says I did the right thing by telling Michael the truth, that Jennifer was manipulating the situation and someone needed to expose it. But right now it doesn't feel right. It feels like I've fractured my son's family during the worst period of my life when I needed stability most. My next treatment is in 3 weeks. Michael still hasn't called. I don't know if he'll be there or if Jennifer has successfully convinced him that I'm the problem. I don't know if I should reach out or wait for him to process everything. And I don't know how to live with the possibility that trying to maintain a relationship with my son might have cost him his marriage. Was telling him the truth worth destroying his family? Or should I have just suffered in silence? My family put me in a nursing home and rented out my house without telling me. I'm Walter, 77, retired postal worker. Lived in my house for 34 years, paid off the mortgage 15 years ago. My wife died 9 years back. I've got 2 daughters, Christine, 48, and Paula, 45, and 5 grandkids between them. Always thought we had a good family, close enough, saw each other for holidays and birthdays. Last winter I had pneumonia, pretty bad case. Ended up in the hospital for 8 days. The doctors said at my age it was serious, needed careful monitoring during recovery. Christine took charge, said I'd stay with her family for a few weeks while I got my strength back. Made sense at the time. I was weak, couldn't manage stairs well, needed help with basic things. Christine's house was nice enough but crowded. Her husband worked from home, 2 teenagers constantly making noise. I felt like I was in the way. After 3 weeks, I told Christine I was ready to go back to my own place. She said the doctor recommended a few more weeks of supervision. I didn't remember the doctor saying that, but I was still tired, so I agreed to stay longer. A month passed, then 6 weeks. I kept asking when I could go home. Christine always had a reason why not yet. The house needed some repairs she was arranging. The weather was too cold for me to be alone. My medication needed adjustment. Every time I pushed, she'd find another excuse. 2 months after I'd left my house, I insisted on going back to at least check on things. Christine got upset, said I was being ungrateful after everything she'd done. But she finally agreed to drive me over. When we pulled up to my house, there was a different car in the driveway. Furniture visible through the windows that wasn't mine. "What's going on?" I asked. Christine wouldn't look at me. "We rented it out. Paula and I decided you needed proper care long term. The rent money is going toward a nursing home." I couldn't process what she was saying. "You rented out my house? You're not strong enough to live alone anymore, Dad. We talked to your doctor. He agreed you need assisted living. We found a great place, very clean, good staff. The rent from your house covers most of the cost." "That's my house. You can't just rent it out without my permission." "We have power of attorney. Mom gave it to us years ago when she got sick, remember? It covers health care and financial decisions if you're incapacitated." I remembered signing something when my wife was dying, some legal paperwork to make sure the girls could handle things if both of us were in bad shape. Never thought they'd use it like this. Christine drove me to a facility called Meadowview Gardens. She'd already moved my clothes there, some of my furniture, had a room set up like I'd agreed to this. I told her I wanted to go home. She said this was my home now. I've been at Meadowview for 4 months now. It's not a terrible place. Clean, decent food, staff is mostly kind. But it's not my home. It's a building full of old people waiting to die, and I'm not ready for that yet. My daughters visit once a week, always together, never alone. They bring my grandkids sometimes. Everyone acts like this is normal, like I chose to be here. When I bring up going back to my house, they change the subject. Paula said last week that the renters are on a year lease, that we can discuss options when it ends. That's 8 months away. I called a lawyer 3 weeks ago, used the phone in the common area when staff wasn't paying attention, explained the situation. The lawyer said power of attorney doesn't give my daughters the right to force me into a nursing home if I'm mentally competent. That what they did might be considered elder abuse. He said he'd need to review the paperwork, but I likely had grounds to challenge their actions. The problem is, I don't have access to any of my documents. Christine has everything. My house deed, my financial records, the power of attorney paperwork, all of it. The lawyer said without seeing those documents, he couldn't assess my case properly. He'd need to file for copies, which would take time, and alert my daughters that I was seeking legal help. I asked one of the nurses here if I could have my personal documents. She said families usually keep those safe, that I'd need to ask my daughters. When I asked Christine, she said everything was properly stored and I didn't need to worry about it, that she was handling my affairs and I should focus on my health. Yesterday, I overheard 2 staff members talking outside my room. One said the family had called, wanted to know if I'd been agitated or confused lately, asked if I'd been making phone calls or saying strange things about wanting to leave. The staff member said I seemed fine, mentally sharp, maybe a little depressed, but that was normal for new residents. Christine called me last night, said she'd heard I'd been talking about lawyers, that the staff had mentioned it. Asked if I was having memory issues, getting confused about why I was at Meadowview. I told her I knew exactly why I was there, that she'd put me here and rented my house without my consent. Dad, we did what was medically necessary. You were too sick to make good decisions. We acted in your best interest. I had pneumonia. That doesn't mean I'm incompetent. You're 77 with multiple health issues. You can't live alone safely anymore. That should be my decision, not yours. She got quiet, then said if I was going to be difficult about this, she'd have to talk to the doctors about whether I needed a full cognitive evaluation. Said maybe the pneumonia had affected my thinking more than anyone realized. It was a threat, clear as day. Paula came to visit alone 2 days ago. First time either daughter had come without the other. She looked uncomfortable, wouldn't meet my eyes. Finally said she wanted to apologize, that things had gotten out of hand, that Christine had pushed for the nursing home idea and Paula had gone along with it, but now she felt guilty. I miss my house, I told her. I miss my neighborhood, my things, my independence. I know, Dad. I'm sorry. Christine convinced me you couldn't manage on your own, that you'd fall or forget medication or have another health crisis with nobody around. She made it sound like we'd be responsible if something happened to you. So you put me away. Paula started crying. We should have talked to you more, asked what you wanted. Christine was just so certain this was the right thing, and I didn't want to argue with her. She said you'd be angry at first but would adjust eventually. I asked Paula if she'd help me get my documents back, help me find a lawyer. She looked terrified. Said Christine would be furious, that it would tear the family apart. I told her the family was already torn apart, that they'd imprisoned me here against my will. You're not imprisoned. You can leave any time. Can I? Will you drive me home right now? She didn't answer. We both knew she wouldn't. After she left, I realized nothing would change. Paula felt guilty, but not guilty enough to actually help me. This morning I called my brother Frank in Arizona. We don't talk often, but we're on good terms. Told him everything. He was shocked, said he'd fly out next week, that this was completely wrong. Asked if I needed him to bring a lawyer. I said yes. Christine found out somehow that I'd called Frank. Came to see me tonight looking angry. Said I was causing family drama, that Frank didn't understand the situation, that I was turning people against her when she'd sacrificed so much to take care of me. You took my house and locked me up. We gave you proper care in a safe environment. You're being ungrateful and manipulative. I want to go home, Christine. That house isn't your home anymore. The sooner you accept that, the happier you'll be. She left before I could respond. The nurse came in shortly after, said Christine had requested they keep better track of my phone usage, that I'd been making calls that were upsetting me. Now I have to ask permission to use the phone. Frank arrives tomorrow. He's staying at a hotel, said he'll be here in the morning with a lawyer he knows in the area. Christine has been calling him non-stop, trying to convince him I'm confused, that I'm making up stories about being held against my will. Frank isn't buying it. He said on the phone yesterday, "Walt, you sound sharper than I do half the time. Whatever Christine's selling, I'm not interested." The staff has been watching me more closely since Christine's visit. One of the aides asked if I was feeling all right. Said sometimes new residents go through difficult adjustment periods. I told her I'm not adjusting. I'm being held here illegally. She looked uncomfortable and changed the subject. My roommate here, a man named Arthur who's actually 92 and has dementia, said something interesting yesterday. Said his daughter did the same thing to him, put him here and sold his condo. He doesn't remember most things, but he remembers that. Said he gave up fighting it after a year. That broke my heart. I'm not giving up. I'm 77, not 97. I recovered from pneumonia. My mind works fine. I should be allowed to make my own choices about where I live and how I spend whatever time I have left. But I'm also realistic. If Frank and the lawyer can't help me, if Christine has locked everything up legally, I might be stuck here. And the thought of spending my remaining years in this place, looking at the same beige walls, eating the same institutional food, waiting for weekly visits from daughters who betrayed me, that's a fate worse than the death they're so worried about preventing. Is it worth tearing apart whatever family relationship remains to fight for my independence? Or should I accept that at 77, maybe my daughters do know better than I do about what I need? My family is keeping my late wife's diaries from me and won't tell me why. I'm Arthur, 72, widowed 8 months ago when my wife Eleanor died from a sudden heart attack. We were married 47 years. She kept journals her entire adult life, dozens of volumes filled with her thoughts, our memories, her observations about the world. She wrote in them almost every evening before bed. I'd see her there at her desk by the window, pen moving across the page, and it was one of the most comforting sights of my life. After Eleanor died, I looked for her journals, wanted to read them, feel close to her again through her words. She'd told me years ago that when she was gone, everything she'd written was mine, that she wanted me to have her thoughts, her memories of our life together. But when I searched her desk, the shelves in her study, everywhere she'd kept them over the years, they were gone. I asked my daughter Penny, 44, if she'd seen them while helping clean out Eleanor's things. She got a strange look on her face, said no, hadn't seen any journals. But Penny's always been a terrible liar. Even as a child, she'd get this same expression when she was hiding something. I didn't push it then. We were all grieving. Emotions were raw. A month later, I asked my son Leon, 41, the same question. He also said he hadn't seen them. But he wouldn't look at me when he said it, kept checking his phone like he needed an excuse to end the conversation. I knew then that both my children were lying. I confronted them together last month, said I knew they had Eleanor's journals and I wanted them back. They exchanged looks. Then Penny said they didn't think it was a good idea for me to read them right now, that I was still grieving, that the journals might upset me. They're my wife's journals. She wanted me to have them, Leon spoke up. Dad, there are things in those journals that might be difficult for you to read. We're protecting you. Protecting me from what? From my own wife's thoughts? They wouldn't say. Just kept insisting it was for my own good, that maybe in a year or two when I was further along in my grief, they'd reconsider. I demanded they return Eleanor's property immediately. Penny started crying, said they were doing this because they loved me. Leon said I needed to trust them, that they had my best interests at heart. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, I've barely spoken to either of them. They call regularly, trying to smooth things over, but they won't tell me what's in those journals that they think I can't handle. I've gone through everything Eleanor left behind. Letters, photos, her computer. Nothing seems concerning. Just a life well lived with someone I loved. My brother Gerald suggested maybe Eleanor wrote about something painful, old arguments or difficulties in our marriage. But we had a good marriage. Normal ups and downs, nothing dramatic or traumatic. Last week I hired someone to help me investigate. A friend's grandson who does computer forensics. I gave him Eleanor's laptop, asked him to recover anything that might give me clues about the journals. He found backup files from an app Eleanor used to catalog her journal entries, like a digital index of what she'd written about. Most of it was what I expected. Family events, daily observations, reflections on books she'd read. But there were entries from 23 years ago with tags like difficult truth, confession, and Marcus. That name stopped me cold. Marcus was Eleanor's college boyfriend. They'd dated for 2 years before she met me. She'd mentioned him occasionally over the years, but never in detail. He was just part of her past, someone she'd cared about before we found each other. The index showed she'd written about Marcus multiple times over the years. The entries were sparse but consistent, maybe once or twice a year throughout our marriage. I searched for more context, but that's all the recovered files showed. Just tags and dates, no actual content. I called Penny, asked her directly if the journals mentioned Marcus. Long silence. Then she asked how I knew that name. I explained about the backup files. She sighed, said she needed to talk to Leon before discussing this further. They both came to my house the next day, sat me down like I was a child who needed something explained carefully. Leon started talking, then stopped, looked at Penny. She took over. Mom stayed in contact with Marcus for most of your marriage. The journals document it. Letters, occasional meetings, phone calls. Dad, they had a relationship throughout your marriage. I couldn't process what she was saying. An affair? We don't know exactly what to call it. Mom's journals describe it as a deep emotional connection she couldn't let go of. She loved you. That's clear in everything she wrote. But she also loved Marcus in a different way. She saw him a few times a year. They wrote letters constantly, talked on the phone when you were at work. 47 years. Eleanor had been seeing someone else for 47 years and I'd never known. I felt sick. My children were watching me with pity and concern, the same expressions people had worn at Eleanor's funeral. Why didn't you tell me immediately? Because Mom's dead, Leon said quietly. Because you loved her and she loved you. Because whatever she had with Marcus doesn't change the life you built together. We thought you'd be better off not knowing. But I did need to know. I demanded they give me the journals. They refused. Said the details would destroy my memories of Eleanor. That I'd obsess over every entry about Marcus, torture myself with questions about a relationship I couldn't confront because both people were dead. Marcus had died 6 years ago. Heart attack, like Eleanor. She'd grieved him privately, I realized now. I'd thought she was just having a hard year. My children took Eleanor's journals and hid them somewhere I can't find them. They've made a decision that I'm better off not knowing the full truth about my own marriage. Part of me understands their logic. Eleanor is gone. Reading about this other relationship won't bring her back or give me answers. It'll just taint every memory I have. But another part of me needs to know. Were our anniversaries real to her, or was she thinking of Marcus? When she said she loved me, did she mean it, or was I second choice? Did Marcus know about me? Did they discuss our life together? Dissect our marriage? I have 47 years of questions, and my children are gatekeeping the only source of answers. I've been going through everything again, looking for clues I missed. Found old phone bills from before everything went digital. There's a number that appears regularly, always when I was at work. Called it last week from a burner phone. Disconnected. No forwarding information. That was probably Marcus's number. Found letters in Eleanor's desk drawer I'd overlooked before, tucked in the back of a file labeled Recipes. 3 letters from Marcus, dated from various years. Nothing explicitly romantic, but the intimacy was unmistakable. He wrote about missing her voice, about their last meeting, about how complicated but necessary their connection was. He called her my Ellie. I called her Eleanor. I didn't even know she had a nickname she preferred. I showed the letters to Penny and Leon, demanded again that they return the journals. Penny started crying, said reading them would kill me, that Mom's private thoughts weren't meant to destroy the memory of their parents' marriage. Leon said they'd discussed destroying the journals entirely, but couldn't bring themselves to erase Mom's voice like that. So you'll erase it from me instead. We're protecting you from pain you don't need to experience. That's not your decision to make. We're at an impasse. They won't tell me where the journals are hidden. I've searched both their houses when they've invited me over, found nothing. I've considered legal action, but my lawyer says unless I can prove the journals exist and that my children have them, there's no case. My brother Gerald thinks I should let it go. Says knowing the details won't change anything. That Eleanor chose to stay with me for 47 years, regardless of whatever connection she had with Marcus. That our life together was real, even if parts of it were more complicated than I knew. But how do I let it go? Every memory I have is now suspect. Did she really want to go to Paris for our 20th anniversary? Or was that where she and Marcus had once talked about going? Were her writing evenings actually writing, or was she on the phone with him? When she smiled at me across the dinner table, was she thinking about someone else? My children visit weekly, trying to maintain normalcy. But there's this wall between us now. They're keeping secrets about my own life, about the woman I loved, and they think it's for my own good. Maybe they're right. Maybe reading Eleanor's private thoughts about Marcus would destroy me. Maybe not knowing is a mercy. But it's my choice to make, not theirs. Eleanor was my wife. Whatever she wrote, whatever she felt, I deserved to know the truth about the life I thought I was living. My children have decided I'm too fragile for reality, and I'm sitting here at 72 years old, having survived Eleanor's death, now learning our marriage was something other than what I believed, with no way to understand what it actually was, because my own children won't let me. Should I keep fighting for access to those journals, or accept that some truths are better left unknown? And if I do accept it, how do I live the rest of my life knowing there's a whole dimension to my marriage that will forever remain hidden from me? My son gave away my dog while I was in the hospital recovering from surgery. I'm Alice, 70, living alone since my husband Frank passed 5 years ago. I adopted a golden retriever named Bailey 3 years ago after a friend suggested a dog might help with the loneliness. She was right. Bailey became my constant companion, my reason to get up in the morning, my reason to take walks and stay active. He sleeps at the foot of my bed, sits with me while I read, follows me from room to room. He's not just a pet. He's family. Last month I had to have emergency gallbladder surgery. I'd been having pain for weeks but kept putting off the doctor. When I finally went to the ER, they said the gallbladder needed to come out immediately. I called my son Peter, 43, from the hospital. He lives 20 minutes away with his wife Samantha and their 2 kids. He came right away, stayed while they prepped me for surgery. Before they took me back, I asked Peter to take care of Bailey while I recovered. He has a key to my house. I told him where the dog food was, Bailey's routine, everything. Peter said not to worry, that he'd handle it. I was grateful. The surgery went fine, but they kept me in the hospital for 4 days due to some complications with my blood pressure. Peter visited once while I was hospitalized, brought me flowers, asked how I was feeling, said everything at my house was fine. When I asked about Bailey specifically, he said the dog was good, no problems. I was relieved and focused on getting well enough to go home. When I was discharged, Peter drove me home. I was weak, moving slowly, still in pain from the incisions. As soon as we walked in the door, I called for Bailey. He didn't come running like he always does. I called again. Nothing. "Where's Bailey?" I asked Peter. He helped me to the couch, wouldn't look at me. "Mom, we need to talk about that. Sit down first." My heart started racing. "Where is my dog?" "Bailey's fine. He's with a family that can take better care of him. With your health issues, it wasn't safe for you to have a dog anymore. What if you fall trying to walk him? What if he pulls you and you get hurt?" I couldn't process what he was saying. "You gave away my dog?" "We found him a good home. A family with kids who wanted a golden retriever. He's happy there." "You had no right. Bailey is mine. I want him back." Peter sat down next to me, spoke in that calm voice people use when they think you're being unreasonable. "Mom, be realistic. You just had surgery. You're 70 years old. A big dog like Bailey is too much for you to handle. We did this for your safety." I was shaking, furious and heartbroken. Demanded the family's contact information so I could get Bailey back. Peter said that wasn't a good idea, that the family had already bonded with Bailey, that taking him back would be cruel to the dog and to them. That I needed to accept this was the right decision, even if it hurt right now. Who is we? Who decided this? Samantha and I discussed it. We both agreed you shouldn't have a dog anymore. Not at your age, with your health problems. I'm recovering from gallbladder surgery, not dying, and Bailey is my dog, not yours to give away. Peter got defensive. Said he was making hard decisions to protect me because I wasn't thinking clearly about my own limitations. That keeping a large dog at 70 after surgery was irresponsible. That he was being the adult in this situation since I apparently couldn't be. After he left, I called every animal shelter within 50 miles, asking if anyone had brought in information about a golden retriever. No luck. I called the police non-emergency line, asking if I could report a stolen pet. They said it was a civil matter between family members, that I'd need to prove ownership and pursue it in small claims court. I found a lawyer through a friend, explained the situation. The lawyer said legally the dog was my property, that Peter had no right to give him away, but finding Bailey would be difficult if Peter wouldn't provide the family's information. We could subpoena it if we filed a lawsuit, but that would take time and money. My daughter Teresa, who lives 2 states away, called after Peter told her what happened. She was on Peter's side, said she'd been worried about me managing a large dog at my age, that maybe this was a blessing in disguise, that I could get a smaller, calmer dog if I really wanted a pet. I don't want a different dog. I want Bailey. Mom, Bailey is probably settled into his new home by now. Traumatizing him by taking him back would be selfish. Peter traumatized him by taking him from his home. Bailey knows me. He's probably confused and scared. He's a dog. He'll adjust. That hurt almost as much as losing Bailey. My own children reducing my relationship with my dog to something trivial, something easily replaced. They didn't understand that Bailey had saved me after Frank died, that he gave me purpose and routine and unconditional love when I felt invisible and forgotten. My neighbor Carol saw me crying on my porch 2 days after I got home. I told her everything. She was outraged, said what Peter did was theft and cruelty. She helped me create flyers with Bailey's photo and my contact information. We posted them all over town, at vet offices, pet stores, dog parks. Someone had to have seen him. 3 days later, I got a call. A woman named Jennifer said she thought she might have my dog, that her sister had adopted a golden retriever from a man 2 weeks ago, said the man claimed he was rehoming his mother's dog because she'd gone into a nursing home. I asked where. She gave me an address 15 minutes from my house. I drove there immediately, even though I was still recovering and probably shouldn't have been driving. A woman answered the door with Bailey right behind her. He saw me and went crazy, jumping and whining, trying to get to me. The woman looked confused. "Can I help you?" "That's my dog. I'm Alice, his owner. My son gave him away without permission while I was in the hospital." Her face changed. "Peter said you were in a nursing home, that you couldn't care for Bailey anymore." "I had surgery. I'm home now. Peter lied to you." She called her husband. They'd paid Peter $300 for Bailey, money he'd claimed would go to my nursing home expenses. They'd had him for 2 weeks. Their kids were attached. But looking at Bailey's reaction to me, they knew he was mine. "We don't want to keep someone else's dog," the husband said, "but we paid for him. Can you reimburse us?" I wrote them a check for $500, everything I had in my account. Didn't care. Just needed Bailey home. They gave me his leash and the bed they'd bought him. Bailey wouldn't leave my side, kept looking at me like he was afraid I'd disappear again. That night I called Peter, told him I had Bailey back. He was furious, said I'd traumatized those people's children, that I was being selfish and irresponsible. I told him he'd stolen my dog and lied to the family he sold him to, that he'd better never enter my house again without permission. I was trying to help you. You were trying to control me. There's a difference. He said I was ungrateful, that he'd been managing my life while I was sick, and this was how I repaid him. I told him managing my life meant feeding my dog and bringing in my mail, not making permanent decisions about my pet without consent. He hung up on me. Samantha called later, said I was being dramatic, that Peter had made a hard choice out of love, that keeping a large dog at my age was dangerous, and everyone could see it except me. I asked if she'd feel the same if someone gave away her pet without asking. She said it wasn't the same thing, that she wasn't elderly with health problems. Having one surgery doesn't make me incompetent, but it should make you realistic about your limitations. I hung up. Haven't spoken to either of them since. Teresa calls occasionally, trying to mediate, saying Peter made a mistake but I should forgive him, that he was overwhelmed and made a bad decision under stress. But this wasn't a bad decision made in a moment. This was a calculated plan to remove my dog from my life because he decided I couldn't handle it. Bailey has been anxious since coming home, follows me everywhere, whines if I'm out of sight for more than a minute. The vet said it's probably anxiety from being removed from his home then returned, that he needs time to feel secure again. My son's decision to give him away traumatized my dog. My lawyer sent Peter a letter demanding reimbursement for the $500 I paid to get Bailey back. Peter's lawyer responded, saying I gave him permission to care for the dog, that rehoming was within that scope of authority, that I'm not entitled to reimbursement for a choice I'm making to reclaim a pet he'd responsibly rehomed. The legal fight will cost more than $500, but I don't care. It's about the principle. Peter needs to face consequences for what he did. My friends at church have been supportive. Several offered to help walk Bailey while I'm still recovering. My neighbor Carol checks on us daily. But my own children have sided against me, insist I'm being unreasonable and stubborn. Bailey is sleeping at the foot of my bed like always. I'm recovering well from surgery, managing my household and my dog just fine, proving every day that Peter's concerns about my capabilities were either exaggerated or fabricated to justify his decision. Should I pursue the legal case, even though it's costing me my relationship with my son? Should I try to repair things with Peter, even though he won't apologize? Or should I accept that sometimes family betrays you in ways that can't be forgiven, and protect myself and my dog from future interference? My family replaced all my photos of my late husband with pictures that include his brother. I'm Dorothy, 72, widow for 18 months after my husband Richard died from a sudden heart attack. We were married 49 years. Richard was my everything, my best friend, my partner in every sense. His death devastated me, but I've been managing the grief day by day. Photos of him around the house help. Visual reminders of our life together, his smile, our travels, our family. Richard had a younger brother, Stephen, who I've always gotten along with fine. He lives across town, came around for holidays, the usual family contact. After Richard died, Stephen started visiting more frequently, checking on me, helping with house repairs, taking me to doctor appointments. I appreciated the support. He said it's what Richard would have wanted, for him to look after me. About 6 months ago, Stephen's visits became more frequent, 2 or 3 times a week instead of monthly. He'd stay for dinner, watch television with me, help with groceries. It felt like more than brotherly concern, but I didn't question it. Grief is lonely, and the company was nice. Then, Stephen started making comments about how much he and Richard looked alike. They did share features, same eyes and build, but Richard had his own distinct face. Stephen would stand next to photos of Richard and point out similarities. Once he said, "People used to confuse us all the time. We were practically twins." That wasn't true. They looked related but not identical. But I didn't argue. Seemed like Stephen was processing grief in his own way. 3 months ago, my daughter Kelly, 45, Asked if I'd be okay with her redecorating my bedroom while I visited her for a week. Said the space still looked exactly like it had when Dad was alive. That it might help me move forward if things were freshened up. I was hesitant, but she insisted it would be good for me. Picked out new curtains, a new bedspread, said she'd update some of the furniture arrangement. I agreed, reluctantly. When I came home, the bedroom did look different. Lighter, airier. But something felt off. The photos on my dresser of Richard and me, they looked different. I picked one up, a picture from our 30th anniversary trip to Maine. But Richard's face looked wrong, slightly unfamiliar. I found my reading glasses and looked closer. It wasn't Richard in the photo. It was Stephen. Someone had edited the photo, replaced Richard's face with Stephen's. I checked another photo, our wedding picture. Same thing. Stephen's face superimposed over Richard's. Every single photo in my bedroom had been altered. Decades of memories, and in each one, Stephen had replaced my husband. I was shaking when I called Kelly. Asked what she'd done to the photos. She was quiet for too long. "Mom, Uncle Stephen thought it might help you adjust. The photos were making you sad, reminding you of loss. This way you can keep the memories, but they're not so painful."
You replaced your father's face with his brother's face. In my wedding photos. In our anniversary photos. Everywhere.
Uncle Stephen looks so much like Dad. He thought you wouldn't really notice the difference. That it would ease the transition. Transition to what? Kelly got defensive. Said Stephen had been nothing but supportive, that he'd stepped up to help me when I was alone. That he clearly cared about me and wanted to be there for me. That maybe I should be grateful instead of upset. He replaced Richard in our photos without asking me. He was trying to help you heal. The past is the past, Mom. Uncle Stephen is here now. I hung up and immediately checked the rest of the house. Living room photos, hallway pictures, the photo albums on the bookshelf. Every single image of Richard had been digitally altered to show Stephen instead. 49 years of marriage, and my husband's face had been systematically erased from my home. I called Stephen. He answered cheerfully, asked how I liked the bedroom updates. I demanded he explain why my photos had been altered. He was calm, said he thought I'd appreciate it eventually. "You're lonely, Dorothy. You miss Richard. I'm here. I look like him. This way you get to keep your memories, but I'm part of them now." "You're not Richard." "I know, but I could be what you need going forward. Richard would want someone to take care of you. That someone is me." The implication was clear. Stephen wasn't just trying to comfort me or help me remember Richard. He was trying to replace Richard. In the photos, in my life, eventually in my bed. I told him to never come to my house again. He said I was overreacting, that I'd understand once I got used to seeing him in the pictures, that our family had always said we looked alike. This was just acknowledging that similarity. "Get me the original photos back." "We don't have them anymore. The originals were deleted after editing. The new versions are all that exist now." My legs gave out. I sat on the floor in my hallway, staring at a wall of photos that showed me with a man who wasn't my husband. Family trips, holidays, ordinary moments, all of them rewritten with Stephen's face instead of Richard's. Kelly called back an hour later, said I was being ungrateful, that Stephen had spent hours editing those photos as a gift, that he was trying to help me move on and I was acting like he'd committed some crime. "He erased your father from existence." "Dad's gone, Mom. He's not coming back. Uncle Stephen is alive and here and wants to be part of your life. Why is that so terrible?" "Because Richard was my husband. Because those memories are sacred. Because you don't replace someone's dead spouse in their photos without permission." My son Marcus flew in from Oregon after I called him crying. He walked through the house looking at the altered photos, his face getting darker with each one. Went straight to Kelly's house and confronted her. She apparently defended the decision, said I was stuck in the past and this was supposed to help. You erased our father's face and replaced it with his brother's, in Mom's wedding photos. How did you think that was okay? Kelly said Stephen had convinced her it was therapeutic, that I'd been dwelling too much on the past, that seeing Stephen's face instead would help me associate positive memories with someone still alive who could care for me. Marcus called it insane. Kelly said he didn't understand because he lived across the country and wasn't dealing with my grief daily, that she and Stephen were trying to help me transition to a new phase of life, and Marcus was making it harder. I contacted a photo restoration company, sent them the altered photos, and asked if they could reverse the editing. They said the changes were too thorough, the original images too degraded during the editing process. Some photos might be partially recoverable, but most were permanently changed. My wedding photo showing Stephen instead of Richard, our 40th anniversary trip with Stephen's face, family Christmas cards with Stephen edited in as the husband and father, 49 years of marriage erased by my daughter and brother-in-law who thought they were helping me move on. I found a few physical photos in boxes in the attic that hadn't been digitized, originals from before everything was scanned and edited. But most of my visual memories of Richard are gone, replaced by his brother who's decided he's the appropriate substitute. Stephen sent me flowers yesterday with a note saying he was sorry I was upset, but hoped I'd come around, that he missed our dinners together, our conversations, that he'd been looking forward to building something special with me, honoring Richard's memory by caring for his widow the way Richard would have wanted. My friend Barbara from church was horrified when I told her, said what Stephen and Kelly did was a violation, possibly criminal destruction of property, that I should consider legal action. But what would I sue for? The photos can't be recovered, and taking my daughter to court would destroy what's left of our relationship. Kelly brought my grandchildren to visit yesterday. They looked at the photos in my living room and asked why Grandpa looked different. Kelly told them it was just a trick of the light in the pictures, that Grandpa looked different in different photos, teaching them to accept the lie. Marcus stayed with me for a week, helped me take down all the altered photos. The walls are bare now. He's been contacting relatives, asking if anyone has copies of old photos with Richard that we could reprint. Some people do, but not many. Most of our photos were digitized years ago from the originals, which were then discarded. Stephen came by 2 days ago while I was at the store. My neighbor called me saying a man was at my door trying to use a key. I'd forgotten Stephen had a key from when he was helping with repairs. I called a locksmith immediately, changed all the locks. Stephen texted saying changing the locks was an overreaction, that he was just trying to drop off more flowers. My daughter hasn't apologized, insists she was trying to help. Stephen continues to text saying he misses me, hopes I'll reconsider his role in my life. Neither of them seems to understand the enormity of what they did. Richard's face, his actual face, exists now only in my memory and in scattered photos from relatives. The visual record of our 49-year marriage has been rewritten without my consent by people who decided Stephen was an acceptable replacement. Should I pursue legal action even though it won't bring back the photos? Should I try to rebuild a relationship with Kelly even though she doesn't think she did anything wrong? Or should I accept that some betrayals are unforgivable and protect myself from further violations by people who claim they're helping me? My grandson's fiancée banned me from their wedding because I wouldn't pretend to be younger. I'm Ruth, 81, grandmother to my only grandson Caleb, 29. We've always had a special bond. His parents divorced when he was 7, and he spent a lot of time at my house growing up. I taught him to play piano, helped with homework, listened to teenage problems his parents were too busy or bitter to handle. Even after he went to college and started his career, we stayed close. He'd call me every Sunday night without fail. 2 years ago, Caleb started dating Vanessa, 27. I met her at a family dinner. She was polite, beautiful, very put together. Everything about her seemed carefully curated, from her designer clothes to her practiced smile. She worked in marketing for a luxury brand, very concerned with image and presentation. Caleb seemed happy with her, so I kept my reservations to myself. Last year, Caleb proposed. Vanessa immediately began planning an elaborate wedding. She'd show me photos on her phone during family gatherings, talking about the venue, the dress, the flowers. Everything was elegant and expensive. She'd mentioned casually that her family had certain standards for how things should look, that appearances mattered in her social circle. 6 months ago, Vanessa asked if we could meet for coffee, just the two of us. She'd never done that before. We met at a cafe downtown. She ordered some complicated drink and got straight to business. Said she wanted to talk about the wedding, specifically about how I'd be involved. I told her I was happy to help however she needed. She smiled, that practiced smile, and said she actually wanted to discuss my role more specifically. That she'd been thinking about the photos and the reception, about how everything would look. Then she said something I couldn't quite process at first. The thing is, Ruth, you're quite elderly, and while we love you, the aesthetic Caleb and I are going for is more youthful and modern. We're worried about how having an 81-year-old grandmother prominently featured might affect the overall look. I stared at her. What exactly are you saying? I'm saying we'd like you to attend, of course, but perhaps in a more limited capacity. Maybe you could come to the ceremony but skip the reception. Or we could seat you in the back where you'd be less visible in photos. We're also asking that you not wear anything too elderly looking. Maybe something more contemporary? She said all of this as if she were discussing flower arrangements, completely casual about asking me to minimize my presence at my own grandson's wedding because I was too old for her aesthetic. I asked if Caleb knew about this conversation. She said they'd discussed it together, that he agreed the wedding should look a certain way, that his career in finance meant he needed to present a particular image, that having an obviously elderly grandmother didn't fit that image. I left without finishing my coffee. Drove home in a daze. Caleb called me that evening, our regular Sunday call. I asked him directly about what Vanessa had said. He got quiet, then admitted they'd talked about the age thing. Said Vanessa's family was very image conscious, that the wedding was important for both their careers, that he hoped I'd understand and be flexible. Flexible about what? Existing? Being your grandmother? Mom's grandmother is already not coming because she's 94 and in a nursing home, so you'd be the only really old person there. Vanessa's worried about how that looks. Your other grandmother is dead. I'm the only grandmother you have left. I know, and we want you there. Just maybe not as prominently as traditional grandmother roles would be. You don't need to be in the family photos or sit at the head table. We can arrange a nice seat for you where you'll be comfortable. I asked him when he'd become someone who was ashamed of his grandmother's age. He insisted he wasn't ashamed, just being realistic about the image they needed to project. That this wedding was about their future, their careers, their social standing. That surely I could understand wanting everything to be perfect. I am 81 years old. I will look 81 years old no matter where you seat me or what I wear. If that's embarrassing to you, then maybe I shouldn't come at all. Don't be dramatic, Grandma. We're just asking you to be a little less visible. I told him I needed to think about it. He said the wedding was in 3 months, that I needed to RSVP soon. Like I was some distant relative who might decline, rather than the grandmother who'd helped raise him. My daughter, Caleb's mother, called me the next day. Vanessa had apparently talked to her too, said I was being difficult about the wedding arrangements. My daughter tried to mediate, said maybe Vanessa had phrased things poorly, but she did have a point about modern weddings being different, that young couples had their own vision, and older generations needed to respect that. She told me I'm too old for their aesthetic. She's trying to create a cohesive look. That's not unreasonable. It's unreasonable to ask your fiancé's grandmother to make herself invisible because she's elderly. My daughter sighed, said I was taking this too personally, that weddings were stressful, and I should just go along with what Vanessa wanted to keep the peace. That Caleb was happy with her, and I should support that even if I didn't love all of Vanessa's choices. 2 weeks ago, Vanessa called again. Said she'd found the perfect dress for me, sent me a link. It was a beige shift dress, completely plain, designed to blend into the background. She said beige was perfect because it wouldn't draw attention in photos. Also sent me suggestions for age-appropriate hairstyles that would look neat and unobtrusive. I didn't respond. She followed up with a text saying they'd decided I shouldn't sit with the family at the ceremony. Instead, they'd arranged a seat in the third row, behind Vanessa's extended family and Caleb's father's new wife and her relatives. My own grandson, and I'd be seated behind strangers and my ex-son-in-law's replacement family. Yesterday I received the official wedding invitation. My name was listed on the envelope as Mrs. Ruth Henderson and guest. Not grandmother of the groom, not Caleb's grandmother Ruth. Just a generic +1 invitation like I was an acquaintance. The invitation specified contemporary formal attire encouraged, and included a note about the wedding being an elevated, modern celebration. I called Caleb, asked him if he'd seen how they'd addressed my invitation. He said Vanessa had handled the invitations, that he'd been too busy with work to review every detail. I told him it hurt that I wasn't even acknowledged as his grandmother on my own invitation to his wedding. It's just an invitation, Grandma. It doesn't mean anything. It means I'm an afterthought. It means you're so worried about how my age affects your image that you can't even acknowledge our relationship publicly. He got defensive, said I was making everything about me when this was supposed to be his and Vanessa's day, that they'd made accommodations to include me and I was being ungrateful. I asked what accommodations exactly. He listed them, allowing me to attend, finding me a dress that would work with their color scheme, seating me where I could see without being too prominent. Those aren't accommodations. Those are restrictions. You're treating me like a problem to be managed. We're treating you like a guest who needs to respect our wishes for our wedding. I told him I wouldn't be attending. He said I was being selfish and dramatic, that every other grandparent was cooperating with their plans, that I was the only one making this difficult. I pointed out that Vanessa's grandparents were in their early 60s, looked young for their age, and fit her aesthetic. That the issue was specifically that I looked my age, and that was unacceptable to her. Vanessa got on the line, said she was tired of trying to be accommodating, that I clearly didn't care about Caleb's happiness, that she'd bent over backward to include me and I was throwing it in their faces. I asked her what exactly she'd bent over backward to do. She listed the same things Caleb had, as if allowing me to exist at their wedding was some generous gift. You're asking me to be invisible at my grandson's wedding. I'm asking you to be a gracious guest who doesn't make everything about herself. But clearly you're incapable of that. I hung up. Caleb texted me hours later saying I'd upset Vanessa, that she'd been crying all evening, that I was ruining what should be a happy time, that if I really loved him, I'd apologize to Vanessa and agree to their very reasonable requests. My daughter called this morning, said the whole family was talking about what I'd done, that I was causing division and drama, that Caleb's father's side of the family was saying I'd always been difficult and this proved it, that I needed to apologize and attend the wedding or risk permanent damage to my relationship with Caleb. He's asking me to hide my age like it's something shameful. He's asking you to compromise for one day. Is your pride really worth losing your grandson over? I don't know anymore. I look at photos of Caleb as a child, sitting at my piano bench, helping me bake cookies, falling asleep on my couch during movie nights. The grandson who called every Sunday without fail. And now he's marrying someone who thinks my age is an aesthetic problem, and he agrees with her. My friend Helen says I should go to the wedding, wear whatever I want, sit wherever they put me, and maintain my dignity. That losing Caleb completely isn't worth winning this battle. But another friend says if I go, I'm accepting that my age is something to be ashamed of. that I should be hidden. The wedding is in 6 weeks. I haven't RSVP'd. Caleb has stopped calling on Sundays. My daughter says he's hurt and angry. Vanessa has apparently told people I refuse to come to the wedding because I don't approve of her, making me the villain. Should I swallow my hurt and attend on their terms, or stand my ground, even if it means losing my relationship with my only grandson? And when did being 81 become something I'm supposed to apologize for? My grandson recorded me having a private breakdown and posted it online for views. I'm Douglas, 69, grandfather to 8 grandchildren. This is about my oldest grandson, Tyler, 19, who I helped raise after his father, my son James, died in a car accident when Tyler was 6. His mother, Laura, worked 2 jobs to keep them afloat, so Tyler spent most afternoons and weekends at my house. I helped with homework, taught him to drive, attended his baseball games. We were close, or I thought we were. Tyler's always been interested in video and social media. Started a YouTube channel when he was 14, mostly gaming content and comedy skits. I didn't understand it, but supported his interests. He'd sometimes film at my house, asked me to be in a few videos over the years. Harmless stuff. Me trying to play video games or reacting to music from his generation. I was happy to participate if it made him happy. Last month, my doctor told me I need a hip replacement. The pain has been getting worse for 2 years, but I'd been putting off surgery. The news hit me harder than expected. I'm getting old. My body is failing, and I've been feeling that mortality weight heavy lately. My wife died 4 years ago, and sometimes the loneliness is crushing. Tyler was at my house the afternoon I got home from that doctor's appointment. I was upset, not thinking clearly. Started talking about how I felt useless, how my body was breaking down, how I missed his grandmother and sometimes wondered what the point was anymore. Got emotional, said some things about feeling like a burden, about wishing I could just go to sleep and not wake up. Dark thoughts I shouldn't have voiced out loud, especially to my grandson. Tyler was supportive in the moment. Made me tea, sat with me, told me I wasn't a burden. I apologized for dumping that on him, said I was just having a bad day. He said he understood, that everyone has those moments. I felt better after talking, embarrassed but relieved to have expressed those feelings. 3 days later, my neighbor's teenage son stopped me in my driveway. Asked if I was okay. Said he'd seen Tyler's video. I had no idea what he was talking about. He pulled out his phone and showed me. Tyler had posted a video titled, "My Grandpa's Heartbreaking Confession About Getting Old." It was footage of me from that afternoon, crying in my living room, talking about feeling useless and wanting to die. He'd filmed me during my breakdown without telling me. The video was edited with sad music, text overlays highlighting the most emotional parts, and Tyler's commentary about how hard it is to watch elderly relatives struggle with aging. The video had 340,000 views. Thousands of comments from strangers discussing my mental health, my appearance, my situation. People saying things like, "Poor old man," and "This is so sad to watch," and "Someone needs to check on him." I was horrified. I called Tyler immediately. He answered cheerfully, like nothing was wrong. When I asked about the video, he said he thought it was important to show the reality of aging, that it had resonated with a lot of people, that many commenters said it made them want to reach out to their elderly relatives. "You filmed me without permission during a private moment. Grandpa, you were crying in the living room. I was sitting right there. You knew I had my phone." "I didn't know you were recording. I wouldn't have said those things if I'd known." That's kind of the point. It was real and authentic. That's what people connect with. I asked him to take it down. He said he'd think about it, but the video was doing really well, his channel was gaining subscribers, and several brands had reached out about sponsorships. My breakdown was good for his career. I was shaking with anger. Told him he'd violated my privacy, exploited my vulnerability for views. He got defensive, said I was overreacting, that it wasn't that serious, that older people don't understand how social media works, that sharing real moments is normal now. not without consent, not someone else's pain. You're making this a bigger deal than it is. Just because you're from a generation that kept everything private doesn't mean that's healthy." He hung up. The video stayed up. By the end of that week, it had over 1 million views. Tyler posted a follow-up video thanking everyone for their support and concern for his grandfather. Said I was doing better now, getting help, that the outpouring of kindness had been healing for our family. None of that was true. He hadn't checked on me since our phone call. My phone started ringing constantly. Friends who'd seen the video, distant relatives I hadn't spoken to in years, even a reporter asking if I'd do an interview about depression in elderly men. My church community treated me differently, speaking in those careful voices people use around someone they think might be fragile. The pastor pulled me aside after service to ask if I was safe, if I needed counseling. Laura, Tyler's mother, called me crying. Said she'd just seen the video, was horrified that Tyler had done this. She called him immediately, demanded he take it down. He refused, said it was his content, from his perspective, that he had the right to share his experience of watching his grandfather struggle. "It's not your experience to share," Laura told him. "It's your grandfather's private breakdown that you recorded without permission." Tyler apparently said that everything that happens in front of a camera is fair game for content, that I should have known he might use the footage, that by allowing him to film at my house over the years, I'd implicitly consented to being in his videos. The video is still up. It now has almost 2 million views. Tyler's YouTube channel has grown by 50,000 subscribers. He's getting paid sponsorships for other videos because of the increased attention. My private moment of despair has become his. Breakthrough content. My grandson posted another video last week, responding to comments about the original. People had started asking if it was ethical to film someone having a breakdown. Tyler defended himself for 20 minutes, said his grandfather is fine with it now, that we've talked, and I understand he was trying to help raise awareness about mental health in older adults. Completely false. We haven't spoken since I asked him to remove the video. Comments on that video are split. Some people praise Tyler for starting important conversations about aging and depression. Others call him exploitative, say he used his grandfather's pain for profit. The debate about the ethics of the video has generated even more views, more attention, more money for Tyler. Laura brought Tyler to my house yesterday to apologize in person. He didn't look sorry. Looked annoyed that he had to be there. Said he regretted that I was upset, but stood by his decision to post the video. That the positive impact on others outweighed my personal discomfort with being filmed. "You made money off my breakdown." "I make money off all my content. That's how YouTube works." "You exploited my lowest moment." "I documented a real moment that a lot of people related to. That's not exploitation. That's storytelling." Laura was crying, saying she'd raised him better than this. Tyler said his generation doesn't see privacy the same way, that sharing difficult moments is how people connect now, that I was being old-fashioned and rigid. I told him to leave. He said he'd come back when I was ready to have a rational conversation. Laura stayed behind, apologizing over and over, said she'd stop giving him money, would make him get a regular job, would do whatever it took to make this right. But nothing makes it right. The video exists. Millions of people have watched me at my most vulnerable. My therapist, who I started seeing after this happened, says what Tyler did was a profound betrayal of trust. That it doesn't matter if he had good intentions or if some viewers found it meaningful. That using someone's private suffering as content without consent is exploitation, regardless of how it's framed. But Tyler has convinced himself he did nothing wrong. That he's an artist capturing real life, that the impact justifies the method. He's done interviews with other YouTubers about the video, talking about his decision to share it, defending himself against criticism. My breakdown has become a talking point in discussions about content creation ethics. People recognize me now. At the grocery store, someone stopped me last week and said, "You're the grandfather from that video. Are you doing okay?" I didn't know how to respond. These strangers feel entitled to ask about my mental health because Tyler gave them access to my private life. The worst part is, Tyler doesn't understand what he's done. He genuinely believes sharing that video was acceptable, maybe even noble. He's built a narrative where he's the concerned grandson bringing attention to important issues, not the person who filmed his grandfather's breakdown for views. My relationship with Tyler may be permanently damaged. I don't know if I can forgive this. He took my trust, my vulnerability, my darkest moment, and turned it into entertainment. And he's profiting from it while defending his actions as somehow virtuous. Laura is devastated, caught between her son and her former father-in-law who helped raise him. She's talking about making Tyler take down the video legally, though lawyers say it's complicated. The content features me, but Tyler filmed it, and proving emotional harm in court is difficult. James, Tyler's father, would be heartbroken if he could see this. He'd never have exploited family for attention. But James died 13 years ago, and I'm left dealing with a grandson who values views more than the grandfather who helped raise him. Should I pursue legal action to force the video down? Should I try to repair the relationship with Tyler, even though he won't acknowledge what he did wrong? Or should I accept that this is who he is now and protect myself from further exploitation? My family blamed me for my grandson's accident and won't let me see him recover. I'm Robert, 71, grandfather to 6 grandchildren. But this story is about Owen, who just turned 8. Owen and I have always been especially close. He's my daughter Melissa's middle child, a sweet boy who loves dinosaurs and building things. Since he was a toddler, he'd come to my house every Thursday after school. We'd work on projects in my garage workshop, build model airplanes, fix old radios. It was our special time together. 2 months ago, Owen was at my house for our usual Thursday visit. We were working on a wooden birdhouse, one of those kits with pre-cut pieces you glue together. Simple, age-appropriate project. I stepped into my house to answer the phone, a call from my doctor's office about a test result. Couldn't have been gone more than 5 minutes. When I came back to the garage, Owen was on the floor, screaming. He'd climbed up on my workbench to reach something on the shelf above, lost his balance, and fell. The fall wouldn't have been terrible except he'd knocked over a can of wood stain on his way down. The can hit his head, and when he landed, his arm bent at a wrong angle. I called 911 immediately, then called Melissa. Owen ended up with a concussion and a compound fracture in his left arm, requiring surgery. The doctors said he'd heal completely, but it would take time. 6 weeks in a cast, physical therapy after that. He was in the hospital for 3 days. I visited every day until Melissa told me to stop coming. "You were supposed to be watching him," she said outside his hospital room. "How could you leave an 8-year-old alone in a garage full of tools and chemicals?" I tried to explain it was 5 minutes, that Owen knew he wasn't supposed to climb on things without me there. Melissa cut me off. Said Owen wouldn't have been in that situation if I'd been supervising properly. That this never would have happened if I'd been paying attention. Her husband Derek was worse. Said I was too old to be trusted with children, that my judgment was clearly impaired, that they'd been stupid to leave Owen alone with an elderly person who couldn't even keep track of a child for an afternoon. I was devastated. The guilt was already crushing me. Seeing Owen in pain, knowing it happened at my house while I was responsible for him. But I hadn't been negligent. I'd answered a phone call. Owen had made a choice to climb somewhere unsafe. It was an accident, the kind that happens with active kids. When Owen was discharged, I asked Melissa when I could visit. She said they needed time, that Owen was traumatized and being around me might be upsetting. I offered to come to their house to help with anything they needed during his recovery. Derek said my help wasn't wanted. 3 weeks passed with no contact. I'd text Melissa asking how Owen was doing. She'd send one-word responses. Fine. Better. Healing. When I asked about visiting, she'd say, not yet. I sent Owen a care package with some dinosaur books and a model kit we could build together when his arm healed. Melissa sent it back, unopened. I called my son-in-law directly, asked if we could talk. Derek said there wasn't anything to talk about, that Owen had been hurt under my supervision, that they'd decided I couldn't be trusted with their children anymore. Not just Owen, all 3 of Melissa's kids. It was an accident, I said. I would never intentionally let Owen get hurt. But you did let him get hurt. You left him alone in a dangerous environment. That's neglect, Robert. I answered a phone call. I was gone 5 minutes. 5 minutes that resulted in surgery and a concussion. Do you know how guilty Owen feels? He thinks he disappointed you by climbing. He thinks you're mad at him. We're dealing with the psychological aftermath of your negligence. I asked to talk to Owen, to tell him I wasn't mad, that accidents happen. Derek said absolutely not. That Owen needed to heal without reminders of the traumatic event. That seeing me would set back his recovery. My other daughter, Karen, tried to mediate, talked to Melissa about letting me see Owen. Melissa said she was still too angry, that every time she looked at Owen's cast, she remembered me being careless. Karen pointed out that kids get hurt, that Owen had broken his wrist at school last year and nobody blamed the playground supervisor. Melissa said that was different. How is it different? Karen asked. Because Dad is old. He shouldn't be taking on the responsibility of watching active kids if he can't handle it. This was an avoidable accident that happened because of age-related limitations he won't acknowledge. So that was the real issue. Not that I'd been negligent, but that I was old. That at 71, they'd decided I couldn't be trusted to supervise children for even short periods. The accident became proof of broader incompetence rather than what it was. A kid making an impulsive decision during a brief moment unsupervised. I spoke to a family therapist about the situation. She said accidents involving children often bring up disproportionate responses from parents, especially when the child is seriously injured. That Melissa might be projecting her fear about Owen's injury onto me, rather than accepting it was a random accident. She suggested giving them space, but maintaining that I wanted to repair the relationship. But giving space meant missing Owen's recovery. Missing weeks of his life during a time when he probably needed his grandfather. I wasn't there for his cast removal. Wasn't there when he started physical therapy. Wasn't there for his 9th birthday last week. Karen showed me photos from the birthday party. Owen looked sad in all of them, even while opening presents. Karen said he'd asked about me multiple times, wanted to know why Grandpa Robert wasn't there. Melissa told him I was busy. Owen apparently said, "But Grandpa is never too busy." For me, that broke my heart. Yesterday I did something I probably shouldn't have. I went to Owen's school at pickup time, waited by the fence where I could see him come out. When he saw me, his whole face lit up. He ran toward me until a teacher stopped him, called Melissa on the phone. Melissa arrived within minutes, furious. "What are you doing here?" "I wanted to see my grandson. You won't let me visit, won't answer my calls. I just wanted to see that he's okay." "This is inappropriate. You're not to approach Owen without permission." Owen was crying now, asking why he couldn't hug Grandpa. Melissa grabbed his hand, started pulling him toward the car. He was looking back at me, confused and upset. Other parents were staring. The teacher looked uncomfortable. Melissa sent me a text that evening. Said if I approached Owen again without permission, she'd file a restraining order. That showing up at his school was stalking behavior, that proved her instincts about my judgment were correct. That someone with good judgment would respect parental boundaries, not ambush a child at school. Derek called an hour later. Said I'd traumatized Owen by showing up then leaving. That Owen had cried all evening asking why Grandpa was at school but didn't take him home. That I was being selfish, prioritizing my own desire to see Owen over his emotional well-being. His emotional well-being is suffering because you're keeping him from me, I said. His emotional well-being is suffering because you caused an accident that required surgery. We're protecting him from further harm. I'm not going to hurt him. I love him. You already did hurt him. Your love doesn't erase what happened. My lawyer says I have no legal standing to demand grandparent visitation while both parents are alive and opposed. That family court would likely side with parental decisions about who has access to their children. The only exception would be if I could prove that denying access was harmful to Owen, which is subjective and hard to prove. Karen has been trying to negotiate on my behalf, suggested supervised visits at Melissa's house, short interactions where they could observe. Melissa said no. Suggested family therapy where we could all discuss what happened. Derek said they're not interested in therapy with me, that the issue isn't the relationship, it's my inability to safely supervise children. Owen's teacher called me 3 days ago. Said she probably shouldn't, but wanted me to know Owen was struggling. That he'd been withdrawn at school, wasn't participating in activities he used to love. Asked if something had happened at home. She knew I used to pick him up regularly, had noticed I hadn't been there. I explained the situation. She was quiet for a long time, then said, "That little boy misses you terribly. He talks about you constantly. His teacher last year mentioned you all the time too. Whatever happened, I hope you can work it out because he's not the same without you." But we can't work it out. Melissa has decided I'm dangerous and negligent, has convinced Derek and possibly her other children that Grandpa Robert can't be trusted. Owen is being raised to believe that an accident that happened while under my care means I'm not safe to be around. I'm 71 years old. I spent 8 years building a relationship with my grandson, teaching him things, making memories, being present in his life. And one accident, one moment where a child made an impulsive decision, has erased all of that. I'm not allowed to explain myself to Owen, not allowed to apologize, not allowed to be part of his healing process. My son David, who lives out of state, said Melissa is being unreasonable, but he can't force her to change her mind. That sometimes parents overreact to their children being hurt, and there's nothing grandparents can do except wait and hope they come around eventually. But how long do I wait? Owen is 8 now. If this continues for years, will he even remember our Thursday afternoons? Will he remember that we were close? Or will Melissa's narrative about the dangerous grandfather become his reality? Do I keep trying to see Owen and risk making things worse? Do I wait for Melissa to calm down and hope she eventually lets me back into their lives? Or do I accept that sometimes one accident is enough to end a relationship, even when both people involved desperately want to continue it? My daughter secretly DNA tested my grandchildren and now won't let me see them. I'm Margaret, 70, grandmother to 3 beautiful children I thought were my sons. Kyle, 8, Natalie, 6, and Emma, 3. My son Daniel, 38, has been married to Haley, 36, for 10 years. I've been involved in those kids' lives since they were born. Weekly sleepovers, school pickups, birthday parties, all of it. They call me Grandma Maggie, and I love them more than anything. Last month, my daughter Rebecca, 42, asked to meet me for coffee. She seemed nervous, kept stirring her drink without drinking it. Finally said she had something difficult to tell me, that she'd done something I might not approve of, but felt I needed to know. I had the kids' DNA tested, Kyle, Natalie, and Emma. My stomach dropped. Why would you do that? Because I had doubts about whether they're actually Daniel's children. Rebecca explained she'd been suspicious for years, that Haley had always been too friendly with her ex-boyfriend Tyler, who lived 3 streets over from Daniel and Haley. That the timing of Kyle's birth had seemed rushed after the wedding, that Emma looked nothing like our family. Rebecca had ordered DNA tests online, collected samples from the kids during a playdate at her house last month, using swabs she'd claimed were for a school science project. The results came back. None of the children were biologically related to Daniel. Not Kyle, not Natalie, not Emma. All three had a different father. The DNA showed they were all full siblings, same mother and father. That father wasn't my son. I felt like the ground had disappeared beneath me. These children I'd loved, rocked to sleep, taught to read. They weren't my grandchildren. Daniel wasn't their father. Our entire family was built on a lie. You had no right to test those children without their parents' knowledge, I said. I had to know the truth, and now you know too. What are you going to do about it? I didn't know. I went home in a daze, looked at photos of the kids on my walls. Kyle's school pictures, Natalie's dance recital, Emma's first birthday. In every photo, I could now see what Rebecca had seen. They didn't look like Daniel. Kyle had dark curly hair when everyone in our family was straight-haired. Natalie had green eyes, impossible given our family genetics. Emma's features were completely different from Daniel's. The signs had always been there. I just never questioned it. Because why would you question your own grandchildren? I didn't tell Daniel immediately. Spent a week trying to figure out how to handle this. Then Rebecca forced my hand. She told Daniel herself, showed him the DNA results. He called me at midnight, voice broken, asking if I'd known. I admitted Rebecca had told me, but I'd been trying to figure out the right way to approach it. Daniel confronted Haley the next day. I don't know all the details of that conversation, but the result was clear. All three children were Tyler's. Haley apparently confessed everything. She'd been having an affair with Tyler since before she married Daniel, had gotten pregnant with Kyle right after the wedding, but the baby was Tyler's. She'd hoped Daniel wouldn't notice or question it. When Kyle was born, Daniel was so happy to be a father that he never asked for paternity tests. The affair continued. Natalie was Tyler's, then Emma. Daniel was destroyed. The children he'd raised, loved, believed were his, none of them were biologically his. 10 years of fatherhood based on a lie. He moved out of the house that same week, started divorce proceedings immediately. Haley called me crying, begging me to talk to Daniel. I told her I had nothing to say to her. She'd lied to all of us for a decade. She started screaming that this was Rebecca's fault, that Rebecca had no right to test the children, that she'd destroyed their family. I hung up on her. But then something unexpected happened. Haley called a family meeting with her lawyer present, said that since Daniel wasn't the biological father and they were divorcing, she was establishing new boundaries. That included limiting contact with Daniel's family, specifically Rebecca and me. You had my children DNA tested without permission. That's a violation. I won't have you around them anymore. I tried to argue that I'd had nothing to do with the tests, that Rebecca acted alone. Haley's lawyer cut me off, said that I'd known about the test results for a week and hadn't told Haley, that I'd participated in keeping this information from her, that under the circumstances, Haley was within her rights to deny access to the children for her own protection and theirs. Those children aren't even yours biologically, Rebecca spat. You have no claim to them. They're my children legally. I'm their mother. Daniel isn't on the birth certificates as father by blood. He's there as legal father through marriage. And I'm revoking his family's access to my children. My lawyer said later that Haley was technically right, that without biological relation and without legal guardianship agreements, I had no enforceable right to see the kids. My only path would be through Daniel maintaining his parental rights, but he was in the process of giving those up as part of the divorce. I haven't seen Kyle, Natalie, or Emma in 5 weeks. Kyle's birthday passed last week. I sent a present. Haley returned it unopened with a note saying all contact should cease immediately, that the children were confused about why Grandma Maggie wasn't visiting, and she'd decided it was easier to make a clean break than to explain that I wasn't really their grandmother. Daniel is a wreck. He's grieving the loss of 3 children he thought were his. His lawyer is trying to maintain some custody rights based on psychological parenthood, the legal concept that he's been their father for their entire lives, regardless of biology. But it's an uphill battle. Tyler has entered the picture now, asserting his rights as biological father. He wants joint custody with Haley. Daniel is being erased from his own children's lives. Rebecca came by yesterday. I was cold to her, something I've never been with my daughter before. She wanted to know if I was okay, if there was news about seeing the kids. I told her this was her fault, that if she'd minded her own business, we'd still be a family. A family built on lies, she said. A family where 3 children had a father who loved them and grandparents who adored them. Now they have nothing but confusion and trauma. They have their real father now. Tyler has rights. Tyler is a stranger to those kids. Daniel raised them. I raised them. You destroyed that because you couldn't live with not knowing the truth. Rebecca got angry. Said I was shooting the messenger, that Haley was the villain here, not her. That she'd exposed a decade of lies and everyone should be thanking her. I told her to leave. We haven't spoken since. Daniel called me last night. Said his lawyer had worked out a temporary agreement. He'd get supervised visitation with the kids twice a month, while the court determined permanent custody. But I wasn't included in that agreement. Haley had specifically excluded me and Rebecca from any contact. She told the mediator that Rebecca had violated the children's privacy, and I'd enabled it by not immediately disclosing the DNA results to her. "I'm sorry, Mom," Daniel said. "I'm fighting for myself right now. I don't have energy to fight for anyone else." I understand, but it doesn't make it hurt less. I'm 70 years old. I spent almost 9 years being Grandma Maggie. Weekly sleepovers where Kyle would help me make cookies, and Natalie would show me her dance moves, and Emma would fall asleep on my lap during movies. All of that is gone because of a DNA test I didn't ask for, and results I didn't want to know. My friends tell me I should be angry at Haley, not Rebecca. That Haley is the one who lied, who had an affair, who passed off another man's children as Daniel's. And I am angry at Haley, furious. But I'm also angry at Rebecca for thinking she had the right to unilaterally blow up our family structure with secret DNA tests. Kyle asked Daniel during their first supervised visit where Grandma Maggie was. Daniel didn't know how to explain it. Told him I was busy, but sent my love. Kyle apparently cried, said he missed our Saturday mornings together. Daniel told me this story and I sobbed for an hour. Those children didn't ask for any of this. They didn't ask to be born from an affair. They didn't ask to have their paternity tested without consent. They didn't ask to lose their father and grandmother in the same month. They're victims of adult decisions and adult secrets. And now, they're paying the price. Haley posted on social media yesterday a long post about protecting her children from toxic family members who violated their privacy and trust. Didn't name names, but everyone knows who she meant. The comments were split. Some people supported her, said she had every right to protect her kids. Others called her a hypocrite for talking about trust when she'd lied for a decade. My neighbor asked me yesterday how the grandkids were. I had to explain I don't see them anymore. She looked confused, asked if there'd been a falling out. I said something like that. Didn't have energy to explain the whole situation. But I know people are talking. Our small town loves gossip, and this story has everything. Daniel's psychological parent claim hearing is in 3 months. His lawyer is cautiously optimistic, but warned that courts usually favor biological parents when they're fit and willing. Tyler is employed, stable, and eager to be involved in his children's lives. The fact that he didn't know they existed until recently works in his favor, proves he wasn't intentionally absent. I might never be Grandma Maggie again. Might never have sleepovers with Kyle, or watch Natalie's dance recitals or rock Emma to sleep. All because Rebecca decided the truth was more important than the family we'd built. Was she right? Should I be grateful to know the truth even though it cost me my grandchildren? Or should I resent her for destroying something that, lies or not, was real to all of us who lived it? My granddaughter wrote a tell-all book about our family, and it's destroying us. I'm Evelyn, 78, grandmother to 7 grandchildren, but this is about the oldest one, Claire, who just turned 31. She's always been the creative type, went to college for writing, worked as a journalist for a few years before deciding to write a book. I was proud of her ambition. We've always been close, or so I thought. She'd visit me regularly, ask questions about family history, about my childhood, about her grandfather who died before she was born. 6 months ago, Claire told the family she'd gotten a book deal. A memoir about growing up in our family, about 3 generations of women and the secrets we kept. She said it was going to be raw and honest, that she hoped we'd understand. My daughter Monica, Claire's mother, seemed nervous but supportive. Said Claire had worked hard on this project for 3 years. The book came out 4 weeks ago. Claire didn't give any of us advance copies. Said she wanted us to read it at the same time as everyone else, that it would be more authentic that way. I should have known then that something was wrong. I bought the book the day it released, started reading that evening. By page 50 I was shaking. By page 100 I was crying. By the end, I was numb. Claire had written about everything, every family secret, every painful moment, every private conversation. She'd written about my husband's alcoholism, about Monica's teenage abortion, about my son's gambling addiction, about family fights and betrayals and moments that were never meant to be public. But worse than exposing secrets was how she'd portrayed us. She'd twisted everything to fit her narrative, made herself the victim of a toxic, dysfunctional family, made me out to be a cold, controlling matriarch who valued appearances over authenticity. She wrote about a conversation we'd had when she was 16, when I'd told her to be careful about what she posted on social media because people judge you by what you share. In the book, she framed this as me forcing her to hide her true self, to maintain a false image for the sake of family reputation. She described my husband, her grandfather, as a mean drunk who terrorized the family. He did struggle with alcohol, that's true, but he was also funny and kind, and worked himself to exhaustion to provide for us. She reduced him to a one-dimensional villain because it served her story. He's been dead for 12 years and can't defend himself. The book became a bestseller within 2 weeks. Claire did interviews on podcasts and websites, talking about growing up in a deeply dysfunctional family system. She'd go on these shows and tell strangers intimate details about our lives, always positioning herself as the brave truth-teller who'd escaped the toxicity. My phone wouldn't stop ringing. Friends who'd read the book, neighbors who'd seen the interviews, distant relatives wanting to know if everything Claire wrote was true. Monica called me the day after the book came out, sobbing. The abortion Claire had written about was something Monica had never told anyone except me and her doctor. She'd been 17. It was a painful decision made during a difficult time with a boyfriend who left her immediately after. Monica had carried that private pain for 33 years. Now, it was in a best-selling book with her real name attached. "How could she do this to me?" Monica kept asking. "I'm her mother." My son Jeffrey was equally devastated. The gambling addiction Claire described in detail had nearly destroyed his marriage 15 years ago. He'd worked hard to recover, to rebuild trust with his wife and children. Now his teenage kids were reading about their father's lowest moments in their cousin's memoir. His daughter came to him crying, asking if the story about him stealing from Grandma's purse to fund his addiction was true. It was true, but it was also 20 years ago, and none of his children had needed to know about it. I tried calling Claire. She didn't answer. Sent me a text saying she needed space, that she knew the book would be difficult for the family, but it was her story to tell. Her story. As if our lives belonged to her because she'd witnessed parts of them. The reviews praised her honesty, her bravery in exposing family dysfunction. One review called it a searing portrait of how families maintain harmful patterns across generations. Another said she'd written a brave indictment of toxic family systems. None of them mentioned that the people she was indicting were real people with their own perspectives, people who couldn't defend themselves in her carefully constructed narrative. Monica's friends started treating her differently. The abortion wasn't something she'd hidden out of shame. It was private medical history that wasn't relevant to her current life. But now it defined how some people saw her. At a school event for her younger daughter, another mother made a comment about that difficult choice you made as a teenager. Like she had any right to reference something so personal. Jeffrey's workplace became uncomfortable. His boss had read the book, made awkward jokes about keeping an eye on the office gambling pool. Co-workers who'd respected him suddenly saw him through the lens of his past addiction. His wife considered separation, not because of the addiction itself, which they'd worked through years ago, but because Claire's book had brought it all back into public view, and she couldn't handle reliving that trauma. My church community changed toward me too. Women who'd been my friends for decades suddenly viewed me as the controlling matriarch from Claire's book. In one particularly painful chapter, Claire had described how I disapproved of her college boyfriend because he was from a working-class family. That never happened. I disapproved because he was verbally abusive, and I'd witnessed him belittling her at a war family dinner. But in her book, she made it about class snobbery, made me the villain of that relationship. 3 weeks after publication, I finally got Claire on the phone. Told her she'd destroyed our family's privacy, hurt people who loved her, twisted facts to serve her narrative. She was calm, almost cold. "Grandma, I wrote my truth, how I experienced this family. You may remember things differently, but this is my story. Your truth includes other people's private pain. Monica's abortion, Jeffrey's addiction, things that weren't yours to share. They shaped my experience of this family. I have a right to tell my own story, even if it includes uncomfortable truths about other people. The family is fractured now in ways I don't know if we can repair. Monica refuses to speak to Claire. Jeffrey's wife filed for separation last week, said the renewed attention on his past was too much. Their kids are angry at Claire for exposing family history they didn't know. My younger grandchildren are confused about why suddenly people at school are asking them questions about their family based on a book. Claire's siblings are split. 2 of them defended her, said families shouldn't have secrets, that Claire was brave for being honest. The other 4 sided with Monica and Jeffrey, said what Claire did was cruel and exploitative. Family gatherings are now impossible. We can't all be in the same room without fights breaking out about the book. Publishers are calling it a success. It's been optioned for a limited series. Claire will make more money, reach a bigger audience. Our family's pain and private moments will be dramatized for entertainment. She'll probably consult on the production, make sure they capture her truth accurately. My neighbors don't know how to talk to me anymore. I see pity in their eyes, like they feel sorry for me being the cruel grandmother from the book. Some have said they had no idea I was dealing with such a troubled family. I'm not dealing with a troubled family. I'm dealing with a family that, like all families, has had difficulties and private struggles that we worked through together. Or at least we did, until Claire decided our private struggles should be public content. Claire did one more interview last week that someone sent me. The interviewer asked if she'd anticipated the family backlash. She said yes, that families protecting their secrets was exactly the toxic dynamic she'd wanted to expose. That the anger directed at her for telling the truth proved her point about how families silence honest voices. She'd turned our hurt into validation. Our pain at having our private lives exposed became evidence that she'd been right to expose them. There's no winning with that logic. Monica is in therapy now, trying to process the violation of having her teenage abortion made public without her consent. Jeffrey is in therapy, trying to manage the renewed shame around his addiction. I'm watching my children suffer because my granddaughter decided their stories were hers to tell. Friends tell me that maybe Claire has a point, that families do keep too many secrets. But there's a difference between unhealthy secrets and private history. Monica's abortion wasn't a secret poisoning the family. It was her personal medical history. Jeffrey's addiction wasn't a hidden threat. It was something he dealt with and moved past. Claire took our private lives and repackaged them as evidence of dysfunction because it made a better story. The worst part is I can't even hate her. She's still my granddaughter. I still remember teaching her to bake when she was 7, listening to her read her first stories when she was 10, celebrating when she got her book deal. But that person seems gone, replaced by someone who values her career and her truth more than the people who loved her. Some relatives think I should write my own book, give my side of things. But that would just perpetuate the cycle, turn our family into content, reduce our relationships to public narratives. I won't do what Claire did, even to defend myself from what she wrote. The limited series is scheduled to start production next year. Claire posted about it yesterday, excited about the casting process. Somewhere in Hollywood, people are being hired to play us, to perform our private moments for audiences. My husband's alcoholism will be a dramatic plot point. Monica's abortion will be a shocking revelation. Jeffrey's addiction will be a character arc. Is there any coming back from this? Can a family survive being turned into entertainment? And should I even want a relationship with someone who did this to us? Or is protecting myself more important than maintaining a connection to my granddaughter? My son told his kids I'm dangerous and won't explain why they can't see me anymore. I'm Bernard, 76, grandfather to 4 children through my son James, 44, and his wife Andrea, 41. The kids are Sophie, 12, Lucas, 10, Mia, 7, and baby Ethan, who just turned 1. I've been an active grandfather since Sophie was born. Weekly visits, helping with school drop-offs when James and Andrea both worked, attending every recital and game. Those kids were my life after my wife passed 3 years ago. 2 months ago, everything changed. James called and said he needed to talk. Came over looking serious, wouldn't sit down. Said that after a lot of thought and discussion with Andrea, they'd decided it was best if I had limited contact with the children for now. I asked what he meant by limited. He said maybe supervised video calls once a month, but no in-person visits for the foreseeable future. I was shocked. Asked what I'd done wrong. James wouldn't give me a straight answer. Just kept saying they had concerns about my behavior around the kids, that they needed to protect their children, that this was a difficult decision, but necessary. I pressed him for specifics. What behavior? What had I done that made me a threat to my own grandchildren? I can't get into details right now, Dad. Just know this isn't a punishment. It's us being cautious. He left before I could argue further. I tried calling Andrea. She didn't answer. Sent a text saying they needed space and would reach out when they were ready to discuss things further. That was 8 weeks ago. I've had 0 contact with my grandchildren since. No visits, no calls, not even the video chats James mentioned. When I drive by their house, I can see the kids playing in the yard, but if they see my car, they're ushered inside immediately. Sophie used to wave at me from the school bus stop near my house. Now James drives her a different route. I've racked my brain trying to figure out what I did. The last time I saw the kids, 3 days before James's conversation, everything seemed normal. We'd made cookies together at my house like we did every Sunday. Sophie had told me about a boy she liked at school. Lucas had shown me a drawing he'd made. Mia had fallen asleep watching a movie on my couch. I'd held baby Ethan while he napped. Nothing unusual, nothing concerning. I called my daughter-in-law's mother, Ellen, who I've always gotten along with. She was awkward on the phone, said she'd heard James and Andrea had made some changes but didn't know the details. Asked if I'd considered that maybe I needed to respect their boundaries as parents. That hurt. The implication that I'd done something to warrant being cut off from my grandchildren. My brother suggested maybe one of the kids had said something that got misinterpreted. I hired a family lawyer 4 weeks ago. Explained the situation, asked about grandparents' rights. She said Ohio has provisions for grandparent visitation, but they're difficult to enforce when both parents are alive and married. She'd need to know the specific reasons James and Andrea were restricting contact to determine if I had a case. Problem was, I didn't know the reasons. James still wouldn't tell me. The lawyer sent a formal letter to James and Andrea, requesting clarification of their concerns and suggesting mediation. They responded through their own lawyer. The letter was clinical and terrifying. It stated that concerns had been raised about Bernard Henderson's conduct with minor children, and that, in the interest of child safety, the parents have decided to limit contact pending further evaluation. Concerns about my conduct with minor children. The phrasing made it sound like I'd done something inappropriate, something predatory. I felt sick reading it. My lawyer said the vague language was probably intentional, designed to make me sound dangerous without making specific accusations that could be proven false. I demanded they tell me exactly what I'd supposedly done. Another letter came back stating they weren't obligated to provide details, that parental decisions about child safety don't require justification to third parties, even if that third party is the children's grandfather. My church community started treating me differently. Word had spread somehow that I was having problems with my family, that there were issues with the grandchildren. People who'd known me for decades were suddenly distant. I found out later that Andrea had told several people at their church that they'd discovered concerning things about my time alone with the children. She never specified what, just left it hanging there for people to imagine the worst. My neighbor Frank pulled me aside last week, said someone had called asking questions about me, specifically about whether he'd ever seen concerning behavior with children. Frank told them no, that I'd been nothing but a doting grandfather, but he wanted to warn me that someone was investigating me. James and Andrea had hired a private investigator to build a case. A case for what? I haven't done anything. But they were constructing a narrative, gathering statements, creating documentation that would paint me as dangerous. My lawyer said this was actually common in contested custody situations, but this wasn't custody. This was grandparent access. Why would they go to such lengths unless they genuinely believed I was a threat? I started documenting everything. My daily activities, my whereabouts, anything that could establish I'm a normal, harmless, elderly man. My lawyer said it was smart, but also said we'd need to know what we're defending against before the documentation would be useful. Sophie's birthday was last week. She turned 13. I wasn't invited to her party. Sent a gift through the mail. It was returned unopened with a note, "Please do not send gifts or attempt contact with our children. Further attempts will be documented." Documented for what? What were they building toward? Yesterday, I got a call from Child Protective Services. An investigator wanted to meet with me regarding a report filed about my interactions with my grandchildren. I nearly collapsed. Someone had reported me for child abuse. The investigator wouldn't tell me who filed the report or what specifically was alleged, just that they were required to investigate any claims involving minors. I called my lawyer immediately. She came to the CPS interview with me. The investigator asked about my relationship with my grandchildren, how often I saw them, whether I'd ever been alone with them, what activities we did together. Every question felt loaded, like normal grandfather activities were being examined for sinister undertones. Did you ever bathe the children? Yes, when they were very young and staying overnight. Basic child care. Did you take photographs of the children? Of course. Birthday parties, holidays, normal family photos. Did you ever photograph them in states of undress? I felt sick. No, never. What exactly are you investigating? The investigator wouldn't say, just kept asking questions that made it clear someone had reported me for inappropriate sexual contact with my grandchildren. The investigation would take several weeks. In the meantime, I was advised to have no contact with any minor children. My lawyer pressed for details. The investigator finally revealed that the report claimed I had grooming behaviors with my grandchildren, and that one of the children had made a Disclosure to a parent. Which child? What disclosure? They wouldn't specify. After the interview, my lawyer said this was serious, that even unfounded allegations could destroy my reputation permanently, that CPS investigations are confidential, but information leaks, and in a small community like ours, being investigated for child abuse was as damaging as being convicted of it. I can't eat, can't sleep. My grandchildren are my entire world, and someone has accused me of hurting them in the worst possible way. James won't return my calls. Andrea blocked my number. I don't know which child supposedly disclosed something or what they said. I don't know if they're being coached or if something I did innocently was misinterpreted. My daughter Melissa, who lives across the country, called after James told her about the investigation. She was crying, asking if the allegations were true. My own daughter questioning whether I'm a child predator. I told her no, that I've never hurt anyone, that I don't understand what's happening. She said she believed me, but also said she needed to protect her own children, that she couldn't have me around them until this was resolved. I'm 76 years old. I've never been in trouble with the law. I've been a faithful husband, a present father, an involved grandfather. And now, I'm under investigation for child sexual abuse based on allegations I can't even defend against because no one will tell me what I supposedly did. The CPS investigator will interview my grandchildren. They'll ask them questions about me, about our time together. Sophie's 13, old enough to understand the weight of what she says. Lucas is 10, impressionable. Mia is 7, easily led. If James and Andrea have been planting ideas in their heads, if they've been asking leading questions, those kids could say anything. My lawyer says the best-case scenario is that CPS finds no evidence of abuse and closes the case. But she also says that won't restore my relationship with my grandchildren or my reputation in the community. That once you've been accused of this, the stain never fully washes off. I don't know what I'm supposed to have done. I don't know which child made what disclosure. I don't know if James and Andrea genuinely believe I'm dangerous, or if this is some calculated move for reasons I can't fathom. All I know is that 8 weeks ago, I was Grandpa Bernie, who made cookies and attended soccer games. And now I'm a person under investigation for child abuse, who may never see his grandchildren again. The CPS decision should come in another 3 weeks. 3 weeks of my community knowing I'm under investigation. 3 weeks of my own family keeping their children away from me. 3 weeks of wondering if one of my grandchildren really said something, or if this is all manufactured. And even if I'm cleared, how do I come back from this? How do I rebuild relationships with grandchildren who've been told I'm dangerous? How do I exist in a community that will always wonder if maybe there was something to those allegations after all? My daughter-in-law is using my dementia diagnosis to take over my medical decisions. I'm Helen, 73, diagnosed with early-stage dementia 9 months ago. Mild cognitive impairment, my neurologist called it. Some memory lapses, occasional confusion with dates or names, but nothing that prevents me from living independently. I still drive, manage my household, pay my bills. The diagnosis was scary, but my doctor said many people live for years with early-stage dementia without significant decline. My son Robert, 47, and his wife Tessa, 44, were with me at the diagnosis appointment. Robert held my hand while the doctor explained a prognosis. Tessa asked a lot of questions about progression, about what signs to watch for, about when I might need more help. I appreciated their concern at the time. Within a week of the diagnosis, Tessa had researched every aspect of dementia. She'd call me daily asking how I was feeling, if I'd remembered to take my medications, if I'd had any episodes of confusion. The attention felt caring initially, but it became invasive. She'd quiz me on what I'd had for lunch or what errands I'd run, like she was testing my memory constantly. A month after diagnosis, Robert suggested I add him to my bank accounts for emergencies. Made sense as a precaution. I agreed. Then Tessa suggested I give Robert my medical power of attorney, just to ensure someone could make decisions if I had a crisis. My lawyer advised it was reasonable with a dementia diagnosis, so I signed the documents. That's when things started changing. Tessa began making appointments with my doctors without telling me. I'd get reminder calls for appointments I hadn't scheduled. When I'd show up confused, Tessa would be there saying she'd arranged it, that I must have forgotten she'd told me. The doctors would give her sympathetic looks, like my confusion proved I needed her management. 3 months ago, Tessa told me she'd found a wonderful day program for people with cognitive issues. Said it would be good for me to socialize with others in similar situations, that staying engaged was important for slowing progression. I visited the program. It was for advanced dementia patients, people who couldn't dress themselves, couldn't hold conversations. I was nothing like them. I told Tessa I wasn't interested. She said I was in denial about my condition, that the doctor had recommended the program. I called my neurologist. He'd never recommended any such program. When I confronted Tessa, she said I must have misunderstood, that she'd talked to a social worker who'd suggested it. Always shifting, always gaslighting. Last month, Robert told me they'd decided I couldn't live alone anymore, that Tessa had noticed I was declining faster than expected, forgetting to eat, leaving the stove on, getting confused about where I was. None of that was true. I cook daily. I'm careful with appliances. I know exactly where I am. I tried to argue, but Robert said the decision was made. They'd already arranged for me to move into a memory care facility. When I refused, Tessa reminded me that Robert had medical power of attorney now, that if I wasn't capable of recognizing my own decline, they had the legal right to make decisions for my safety. I'm not incapable. I have early-stage dementia, not advanced. My neurologist said I'm stable. We've gotten a second opinion, Tessa said calmly. Dr. Morrison agrees you need higher-level care. I'd never heard of Dr. Morrison. Turns out Tessa had taken me to see him 2 weeks earlier, an appointment I genuinely didn't remember. She'd told me it was my regular neurologist, and in my confusion about the new office location, I'd gone along with the appointment. Dr. Morrison had evaluated me for 30 minutes, asked me questions I'd been unprepared for, and when I'd struggled with some answers, he documented significant cognitive decline. My actual neurologist was furious when I told him, said he'd never recommended memory care, that I was absolutely capable of independent living with minor supports. He wrote a letter stating this. I gave it to Robert. Tessa dismissed it, said my regular doctor was too emotionally attached to me to be objective, that Dr. Morrison's fresh perspective was more reliable. I refused to move to the memory care facility. Tessa started coming to my house daily, documenting everything she claimed was evidence of decline. Dirty dishes in the sink became inability to maintain hygiene. Mail on my counter became inability to manage finances. A missed phone call became social isolation and confusion. She was building a case. Every normal aspect of living alone as an elderly person was being reframed as proof I needed institutional care. 2 weeks ago, Tessa called Adult Protective Services, reported that I was a vulnerable adult living in unsafe conditions, unable to care for myself. An investigator came to my house. Tessa was there, showed them her documentation, pointed out dust on shelves and dishes in the sink as evidence of self-neglect. The investigator was kind, but said the report required follow-up. Asked if I had support services. I said my son visited regularly, which was true at the time. Asked if I felt safe living alone. I said yes. The investigator noted that I seemed oriented and communicative, that my house was cluttered but not unsafe. But Tessa's report was now on record, documentation that someone had concerns about my ability to live independently. My neighbor Frank noticed what was happening. He's known me for 15 years, sees me daily, started writing down what he observed. Me gardening, getting my mail, driving to the store, having clear conversations. He gave me a statement saying I appeared perfectly capable of independent living. I gave it to my lawyer. My lawyer reviewed everything and said Tessa was systematically building a case for conservatorship. That even though I'm competent, if enough medical documentation exists suggesting decline, a judge might side with family members claiming they're protecting me. Yesterday, Robert came to my house alone. He looked exhausted, sat at my kitchen table without being asked, started crying, said he didn't know what to do anymore, that Tessa was convinced I needed memory care, that she'd shown him all her documentation and it seemed legitimate. Robert, I'm okay. I have some memory issues, but I'm managing fine. Tessa says you're in denial, that dementia patients always think they're fine even when they're declining. Talk to Dr. Reynolds, my actual neurologist. He'll tell you I'm stable. But Dr. Morrison said, Dr. Morrison evaluated me once for 30 minutes at an appointment I didn't know I was going to. That's not a valid assessment. Robert looked torn. Tessa's convinced you're not safe. She shows me things you've forgotten, conversations you don't remember having. She says she's trying to protect you. I realized then that Tessa had been doing to Robert what she'd been doing to me. Creating a narrative, presenting evidence, making him doubt his own observations of me. He saw me regularly, knew I was functional, but Tessa's constant documentation and concern had made him question reality. Robert, when you visit me, do I seem incapable? He paused. No, you seem like yourself. Maybe a little forgetful, but basically yourself. Then trust what you see, not what Tessa tells you you're seeing. He left, promising to think about it. But this morning, I received a letter from a law firm. Tessa had filed for conservatorship on my behalf. The petition claimed I was unable to manage my personal affairs or make sound medical decisions due to advanced dementia. Listed Dr. Morrison's evaluation as primary evidence. Listed her documented observations of my decline. Listed the APS report. The hearing is in 6 weeks. If the judge sides with Tessa, she'll have legal control over my medical decisions, my finances, potentially where I live. My lawyer says we have a strong defense with Dr. Reynolds' testimony and my clearly functional state. But he also says judges are often conservative with elderly dementia patients, prefer to err on the side of protection, even if it means restricting autonomy. My other son, Michael, who lives in Seattle, flew in yesterday after I told him what was happening. He's shocked, said the mother he's talking to seems perfectly competent. He'll testify at the hearing. But Tessa's lawyer has already framed Michael as an absent son who doesn't see my day-to-day struggles, while she's the devoted daughter-in-law who witnesses my decline constantly. Tessa came by this morning with Robert. Said she hoped we could settle this without court, that if I'd just agree to move to assisted living voluntarily, she'd withdraw the conservatorship petition. I said no. She sighed like I was being difficult and unreasonable, told Robert this proved her point about my inability to make good decisions. I'm 73 years old, with a dementia diagnosis I didn't ask for. I'm managing my condition, living independently, causing no harm to anyone. But my daughter-in-law has decided I'm incapable and is using the legal system to take control of my life. Even if I win at the hearing, the accusation exists now. The documentation. The petition claiming I'm incompetent. My friends are starting to treat me differently. They've heard I'm having problems, that family has concerns. They speak more slowly, explain things more carefully, look for signs of confusion. Tessa's narrative is becoming reality just by existing. The worst part is, I can't tell anymore what's real decline and what's the stress of this situation. I forgot an appointment last week. Was that my dementia, or was I overwhelmed by the conservatorship filing? I got confused about what day it was yesterday. Normal for anyone, or proof I'm declining? Tessa's made me doubt myself, which I think was always the goal. Make me question my own competence so that accepting her control seems reasonable. And if I fight too hard, if I seem too upset about this, that becomes evidence of poor judgment and emotional dysregulation. Do I fight this conservatorship and risk looking combative and unstable? Or do I accept some level of control to appease my daughter-in-law and hope she doesn't keep pushing for more? And how do I maintain my relationship with my son when his wife is systematically trying to take over my life?
My family staged an intervention because I started dating again after my wife died.
I'm Vincent, 74, widowed 2 years ago when my wife Carol died from complications of Parkinson's disease. We were married 51 years. Her final 3 years were difficult, watching her decline, caring for her as she lost mobility and then cognitive function. I loved her through all of it. When she died, I grieved deeply, still do in many ways. 8 months ago, I met someone. Her name is Ruth. She's 68, also widowed. We met at a grief support group at the community center, started having coffee after meetings, then lunch occasionally. It was nice to talk to someone who understood the specific loneliness of losing a long-term spouse. Ruth lost her husband 5 years ago, said the grief doesn't disappear, but you learn to carry it differently. 6 months ago, Ruth and I started dating officially. Nothing rushed or inappropriate. We're two elderly people who enjoy each other's company. We go to dinner, take walks, see movies. She's met some of my friends. I've met hers. It feels comfortable and right, like finding companionship in the last chapter of life when I'd resigned myself to being alone. I told my children about Ruth 3 months ago. My daughter Linda, 49, and my son Thomas, 46, thought they'd be happy I'd found someone to spend time with. Instead, Linda's face went tight, and Thomas asked if I was serious. I said yes, that Ruth was important to me. Linda said it seemed very fast. I pointed out Carol had been gone for 2 years. Thomas said it felt disrespectful to Mom's memory. I tried to explain that Carol would have wanted me to be happy, that we'd actually discussed this before she got too sick to have those conversations. Carol had made me promise not to spend my remaining years alone. But my children didn't want to hear it. Said I was romanticizing what Carol would have wanted to justify moving on too quickly. Last month, I invited Ruth to Linda's house for Sunday dinner, a family tradition Carol and I had maintained for decades. I wanted my children and grandchildren to meet her properly. Linda said it wasn't a good time, maybe in a few months. I pushed gently, said I'd like Ruth to feel included in family events. Linda agreed reluctantly. The dinner was uncomfortable. Linda was polite but cold. Thomas barely spoke to Ruth. My grandchildren, who are teenagers and young adults, seemed confused about who this woman was and why she was at Grandma's place at the table. Ruth handled it gracefully, tried to engage people in conversation, but the atmosphere was hostile. We left early. Linda called the next day, said having Ruth there had been painful for everyone, that seeing another woman where Mom used to sit felt wrong. I reminded her that Carol had been gone for 2 years, that life continues. Linda said 2 years wasn't very long, that clearly I'd moved on, but the rest of the family hadn't. 2 weeks ago, my children asked me to come to Linda's house for a family meeting, said they needed to discuss something important. I arrived to find both my children, their spouses, Linda's adult children, and Thomas's wife's parents who'd been close to Carol. Immediately knew something was wrong. They'd staged an intervention. Linda started by saying they were concerned about me, about my judgment regarding Ruth, that they'd been discussing it as a family and felt I was making a mistake that would dishonor Carol's memory. Thomas said they'd done some research on Ruth, talked to people who knew her, and had concerns about her intentions. What concerns? I asked. Thomas exchanged looks with Linda. She's been through 3 husbands. All of them died with her as the primary beneficiary. We think she's targeting elderly widowers with assets. I was stunned. You investigated Ruth? We had to protect you, Dad, Linda said. You're not thinking clearly. Grief makes people vulnerable. This woman saw an opportunity. They'd created a whole conspiracy theory about Ruth, that she frequented grief groups looking for lonely widowers, that her previous marriages had been strategic, that she was manipulating me to get access to my assets, my house, Carol's jewelry that I still had. Linda had even consulted with a lawyer about protecting the estate from potential fortune hunters. I tried to explain that Ruth was financially comfortable, that she owned her own home, had her own retirement savings, that she'd never asked me for anything material. They didn't believe me. Said of course she'd play it that way initially, that the long game was always about money eventually. "This isn't about money," I said. "This is about you not wanting me to have a relationship with anyone who isn't your mother. This is about protecting you from someone taking advantage of your loneliness," Thomas insisted. Linda presented me with printed materials about elder financial abuse, statistics about how widows and widowers are vulnerable to romantic scams, a list of red flags that Ruth supposedly exhibited, including moving quickly, being overly affectionate, and asking questions about family. "She asks about family because she's interested in my life," I said, "the same way I ask about hers." My son-in-law spoke up, said they'd found Ruth's deceased husband's obituaries online. All three had died within 10 years of marrying her. One from cancer, one from a heart attack, one from a fall. They made it sound suspicious, like Ruth was somehow responsible for the natural deaths of elderly men. The intervention lasted 2 hours. My family took turns expressing concern, presenting their evidence, insisting I needed to end the relationship with Ruth for my own protection. Linda cried, said she couldn't watch me be taken advantage of. Thomas said if I continued seeing Ruth, they'd have to consider whether I was capable of making sound decisions about my own welfare. That was a threat. A threat that if I didn't comply, they'd start questioning my competency. I left without agreeing to anything. Ruth and I talked that night. I told her everything. She wasn't surprised, said she'd sensed hostility from my children. She'd been through something similar with her own adult children when she'd dated after her second husband died. Said adult children often struggle with a surviving parent finding new companionship because it disrupts their narrative about their parents' relationship. "I don't want to cause problems in your family," Ruth said. "If being with me means losing your children, maybe we should step back." But I don't want to step back. I'm 74 years old. Carol is gone and I miss her every day, but she's gone. Ruth is here, alive, making my days brighter. Why should I spend whatever time I have left alone because my children can't accept that I still have capacity for companionship? Linda has been calling daily, asking if I've made the right decision about Ruth. Thomas sent me articles about elderly romance scams. My grandchildren have been told I'm in a vulnerable state, and they should be careful about discussing family matters around me. I've been effectively labeled as incompetent by my own family because I'm dating someone. Yesterday I did something I probably shouldn't have. I revised my will with my lawyer. Made it explicitly clear that Ruth has no claim to my estate, that everything goes to my children as originally planned. Had the lawyer document that I'm of sound mind, that this relationship isn't about finances, that I'm making this change solely to address my children's unfounded concerns. I sent copies to Linda and Thomas with a note. Ruth isn't after my money or assets. Everything is protected and going to you as planned. Now please, let me live my remaining years with some companionship and dignity. Linda called me crying, said I shouldn't have had to do that their concerns were about my well-being, not their inheritance. But if their concerns were really about my well-being, they'd be happy I'd found someone who makes me less lonely. This was always about them not wanting anyone to replace their mother in any capacity. Thomas was more direct. Said, protecting the inheritance was good, but it didn't address their concerns about Ruth's character, that she was still someone who'd been widowed 3 times, and that pattern was concerning. I asked him what he expected Ruth to do about her husband's dying of natural causes. He didn't have an answer. Ruth's children reached out to me last week. They'd heard about the intervention from Ruth, wanted me to know that their mother was a good person, that the suspicions were unfounded, that they'd been through similar reactions from their own extended family. One of her sons said people always look for sinister explanations when an older woman dates after widowhood, like she should just disappear into grandmother roles instead of having a personal life. My brother called from out of state. Linda had contacted him expressing concern about my judgment. He listened to my side, then laughed. Said Linda and Thomas were being ridiculous, that of course I should date if I want to. He'd met Ruth via video call and thought she seemed lovely. Said he'd talked to my children about backing off. But that conversation didn't go well. Linda accused my brother of not understanding because he'd never met Carol, hadn't seen our marriage, couldn't comprehend what it meant for me to be with someone else. She'd created this mythology around Carol and my marriage that allows no room for me to have a future with anyone else. The family is divided now. My brother supports me. Some of Carol's siblings support me, said Carol would hate seeing me isolated. But Linda and Thomas have recruited others to their side, painting Ruth as a predator and me as a vulnerable old man, unable to see he's being manipulated. Sunday dinners have stopped. Linda says she needs space to process what's happening. Thomas comes by occasionally, but the visits are tense. My grandchildren are confused, caught between their parents' narrative and their own experiences with me, where I seem perfectly competent and happy. Ruth and I are still together. We've talked about pulling back to appease my family, but why should we? We're not doing anything wrong. We're two widowed people finding comfort in companionship. If my children can't accept that, if they'd rather I be miserable and alone than happy with someone who isn't their mother, that's their problem to work through. But it doesn't feel that simple. These are my children, I love them, and they're effectively giving me an ultimatum. Ruth or your family? I never thought I'd have to choose between companionship and my children. At 74 years old, should I sacrifice my own happiness to maintain peace with adult children who can't accept that my life didn't end when their mother died? My son's wife is telling everyone I have dementia, so they'll ignore what I say about her. I'm Florence, 75, living alone since my husband passed 12 years ago. I have one son, Marcus, 42, who's been married to Diane, 39, for 8 years. No grandchildren yet. Marcus and I were always close, talked several times a week, had lunch every Sunday. That all changed about 6 months ago. It started small. Diane would correct me during conversations, gently at first. No, Florence, that happened in March, not April, remember? Or, actually, we already told you about this last week. Little things that made me second-guess myself. I'd check my calendar later and find I'd been right the first time. But by then the moment had passed. Then she started telling Marcus I was repeating myself. He'd call me concerned, asking if I was feeling all right, if I was forgetting things. I'd tell him I felt fine, sharp as ever. He'd say Diane was worried, that I'd told her the same story 3 times at dinner last week. I hadn't. I barely spoke at that dinner because Diane dominated every conversation. 3 months ago, Marcus suggested I see a doctor for a cognitive screening. Said Diane had been noticing more concerning signs, that it would be good to get ahead of any issues. I went to my regular doctor, did the screening. Perfect score. Doctor said my memory and cognition were excellent for my age. I showed Marcus the results. He seemed relieved but also confused, said Diane was so certain something was wrong. Last month, I found out why Diane was planting these seeds. I was at the grocery store when I ran into Sarah, an old friend I hadn't seen in months. She hugged me, then looked at me with this pitying expression that made my stomach turn. "How are you doing, Florence? Marcus told everyone at the church fundraiser about your diagnosis." "What diagnosis?" "The dementia. He said you'd been declining for months. We've all been praying for you." I felt like I'd been slapped. I told Sarah I didn't have dementia, that I'd just been tested. She looked uncomfortable, said maybe she'd misunderstood. But the way she said it, I could tell she didn't believe me. She thought I was confused, denying my own diagnosis. I called Marcus immediately. He was at work, said he'd call me back. When he did, hours later, I asked him directly if he'd told people I had dementia. He hesitated too long. "Mom, Diane has been really worried. She's seen signs. We thought it was better to let people know so they'd understand if you seemed confused." "I'm not confused. I was tested. The doctor said I'm fine. Diane thinks you might need a second opinion. Sometimes early dementia doesn't show up on basic screenings." "Why are you believing Diane over your own mother and a medical professional?" He got defensive, said Diane spent more time with me than he did, that she'd know better. Which wasn't even true. I saw Diane maybe once a week at most. I started paying closer attention to what Diane was doing. At the next family dinner, I brought my phone and secretly recorded the conversation. Diane told a story about me calling her 4 times in one day, asking the same question. Never happened. I checked my call log later. I'd called her once that entire week, about what to bring to dinner. She told Marcus's co-workers who'd come over for a barbecue that I'd gotten lost driving to their house, a route I'd driven hundreds of times. Not true. I'd been 15 minutes late because of construction, which I'd texted Marcus about. But by the time I arrived, Diane had already framed it as confusion and memory loss. I confronted her privately in their kitchen while Marcus was grilling, asked her directly why she was telling people I had dementia when I'd been medically cleared. She didn't even try to deny it, just looked at me with this cold expression and said, "People are going to believe me over you. That's just how it works." "Why are you doing this?" "Because you're a problem, Florence. You're too involved in Marcus's life. You call too much. You have opinions about everything we do. You make him feel guilty if we don't include you. This way, when you complain about me or say things Marcus doesn't like, he'll just think it's the dementia talking." I felt sick. She'd planned this. The months of subtle corrections, the manufactured incidents, the concerned suggestions about doctor visits. All of it was to set up a narrative where anything I said about her could be dismissed as confused rambling. Marcus will see through this eventually. Will he? He already believes you're declining. He's already started discounting what you say when it contradicts what I tell him. In 6 months, a year, you'll be the confused old mother who imagines things, and I'll be the devoted daughter-in-law taking care of her difficult mother-in-law. She walked out of the kitchen, leaving me standing there, shaking. I tried to tell Marcus what she'd said, but he was surrounded by his friends, and when I pulled him aside, Diane appeared immediately, said I looked tired, maybe I should head home and rest. Marcus agreed, said he'd walk me to my car. When I tried to tell him about the conversation, he said we'd talk later, but later never came. I called my sister Agnes in Florida that night, told her everything. She believed me immediately, said she'd never liked Diane. But she also said from 2,000 miles away, there wasn't much she could do except offer moral support. My neighbor Betty, who I've known for 20 years, stopped by last week. Said Marcus had called her, asked her to check on me regularly, that I was having memory issues. Betty looked me straight in the eye and asked if that was true. I showed her my medical records, the perfect cognitive screening. She believed me but said, "Florence, if Marcus is believing this, you need proof. Document everything." So that's what I've been doing, keeping detailed logs of my activities, recording conversations when I'm with Diane and Marcus, screenshotting my phone calls and texts to prove I'm not doing the things Diane claims. Building evidence for what? I don't know. Who do I show it to? My son who already believes his wife over me? Yesterday Marcus came over alone, first time in weeks. Said he needed to talk seriously. My heart sank. He sat in my living room looking uncomfortable, wouldn't meet my eyes at first. "Mom, Diane and I have been talking. We think it might be time to consider your living situation." What does that mean? This house is a lot for you to manage alone, and with the memory issues, we're worried about your safety. We've been looking at some really nice assisted living facilities. I don't have memory issues. I showed you my test results. One test isn't conclusive. Diane's been documenting incidents. She has a whole list of concerning behaviors. Let me see this list. He pulled out his phone, showed me a document Diane had created. Pages of alleged incidents. Me calling and forgetting I'd already called. Me repeating stories. Me forgetting appointments, names, recent conversations. Each entry was dated and detailed. All of it was lies, but it looked official, medical, concerning. Marcus, none of this happened. She's making it up. Why would she make it up? She loves you. She told me herself she's doing this to discredit me. I have it recorded. His face changed. You recorded a private conversation? To protect myself from exactly this. I played him the recording from the kitchen. Diane's voice clearly saying she was building a narrative, that people would believe her over me. Marcus listened, his face going through a dozen emotions. When it ended, he sat in silence for a long time. She was probably joking. You took it out of context. Marcus, listen to what she's saying. She's admitted to lying about me. Or you're misinterpreting a conversation because you're not thinking clearly. And that's when I realized Diane had won. My own son, hearing his wife admit to a malicious plan, was choosing to believe I'd misunderstood rather than accept his wife was lying. The seed had been planted too deep. Get out, I said quietly. Mom, get out of my house. If you believe her over me, over recorded evidence, then we have nothing more to discuss. He left looking shaken. Diane called me an hour later, said I was making this very difficult, that they were only trying to help, that if I continued being combative, they'd have to consider more serious interventions. I asked what that meant. She said there were legal options for people who weren't capable of making sound decisions about their own welfare. She was threatening guardianship. Just like Diane had done to me with dementia lies, she was setting up a legal mechanism to take control of my life. I called a lawyer this morning, explained everything, played the recordings. The lawyer said what Diane was doing was defamation and potentially elder abuse, but proving it would be difficult. That if Marcus testified his wife had been genuinely concerned about my health, a jury might believe the intentions were good, even if the facts were wrong. The problem, the lawyer said, is that she's smart. She's not trying to steal from you or physically harm you. She's destroying your credibility. That's harder to fight legally. My church community, where Marcus told everyone about my diagnosis, treats me differently now. They speak slowly to me, repeat themselves, smile with pity. When I try to explain I'm fine, they nod like they're humoring a confused old woman. Diane has poisoned that well completely. Agnes is flying out next week. Said she'll talk to Marcus, make him see reason. But I'm not hopeful. Diane has spent months building this narrative. She's documented everything in a way that looks legitimate. And most importantly, she's convinced Marcus that loving his mother means protecting her from herself. I'm sitting in my house, completely healthy and mentally sound, watching my life be dismantled by a daughter-in-law who decided I was inconvenient. And the worst part is knowing that if I fight too hard, if I seem too desperate to prove my competence, it'll just be seen as more evidence of decline. The more aggressively I defend myself, the more confused I appear. Should I stop fighting and let Agnes or the lawyer handle this? Or am I playing into Diane's hands by appearing to need others to advocate for me? And how do I save my relationship with my son, when his wife has successfully convinced him that anything I say is potentially a symptom? My daughter moved her family into my house and is trying to have me declared incompetent. I'm George, 79, living in the house my wife and I bought in 1968. She passed away 11 years ago. I've been managing fine on my own. I'm slower than I used to be. My hearing isn't great, but my mind is sharp and I take care of myself. I cook my own meals, manage my finances, keep the house clean. My doctor says I'm healthy for my age. My daughter Linda, 52, has been visiting more frequently over the past year. Always very concerned, asking if I'm eating enough, if I'm taking my medications correctly, if I've forgotten to pay bills. I appreciated the attention at first. After her mother died, Linda and I had drifted apart. She has her own family, lives 40 minutes away, busy life. Her increased visits felt like reconnection. 3 months ago, Linda asked if she and her husband Paul could stay with me for a few weeks. They were having work done on their house, something about mold remediation. I said, of course, family helps family. They moved in with their 2 teenage sons, Tyler and Brandon. The house felt full again. I didn't mind the noise. The few weeks turned into a month, then 2 months. When I asked Linda when their house would be ready, she got vague, said there were complications, additional damage found, permits delayed. Then last month she sat me down and said they'd decided to sell their house and stay here permanently, that it made more sense financially, and they could help take care of me. I told her I didn't need taking care of. She smiled that patient smile and said, "Dad, you're almost 80. It's not safe for you to live alone anymore. This way we're here if something happens." I hadn't been living alone. I'd been living independently. There's a difference. But Linda was already making changes. She took over the grocery shopping, said I'd been buying too many prepared foods and not enough vegetables, started preparing all my meals on a schedule, began organizing my medications into one of those daily pill containers, even though I'd been managing them fine for years. 2 weeks ago I noticed she'd taken over paying my bills. When I asked about it, she said I'd missed the electric bill last month. I hadn't. I showed her the canceled check. She said I must have paid it twice then. See, this is exactly why she needed to help. I checked my bank statements. I'd paid it once, on time, like I had for 56 years. Last week, Linda scheduled a doctor's appointment for me without telling me. Just said we were going out for lunch, drove me to a medical office instead. The doctor asked me strange questions. What year is it? Who's the president? Can I count backward from 100 by sevens? I answered everything correctly, confused about why this was happening. Linda sat in the corner watching. After the appointment, the doctor spoke with Linda in the hallway. I wasn't invited to that conversation. When we got home, Linda seemed disappointed. I asked her what that appointment was really about. She said she was worried about my memory, that I'd been forgetting things. I asked her to give me one example. She said I'd left the stove on 3 times in the past month. I've never left the stove on. I'm meticulous about the kitchen. My wife taught me to always check the stove before leaving a room. It's been habit for 60 years. I told Linda this. She insisted it had happened, that Paul had found it on late at night. I asked Paul directly. He looked uncomfortable, said he thought he remembered it happening. Thought. Not certain. I started paying closer attention to what was happening in my own house. Linda had gradually taken over everything. My mail came to her first. She answered my phone calls. She'd changed my banking to online only, said it was easier, and added herself to the accounts for emergencies. She'd convinced my regular doctor that I needed a full geriatric evaluation, which was what that appointment had been. My neighbor Frank came by yesterday while Linda was out, asked if I was okay, said he'd seen Linda talking to several people from Adult Protective Services outside our house last week. I hadn't known about that. Frank said Linda told them I'd been wandering the neighborhood confused, that she found me on his porch not knowing where I was. That never happened. Frank said he told them that I visit him regularly and am always perfectly oriented. I called my lawyer, the one who did my estate planning 10 years ago. Asked him if Linda could legally take over my affairs. He asked why I was concerned. I explained everything. He was quiet for a long time, then said it sounded like Linda might be trying to establish grounds for guardianship. That if she could prove I was incompetent, she could petition the court to make decisions for me. take control of my house, my money, my life. George, I've known you for 30 years. You're one of the sharpest clients I have. But if Linda builds a case that you're declining, gets doctors to agree, presents evidence of incompetence, a judge might side with her without ever meeting you. I felt sick. My own daughter was systematically trying to have me declared incompetent so she could take over my life. The increased visits, the concern, moving into my house, taking over my responsibilities. It was all building a narrative that I couldn't care for myself. I started documenting everything. Took photos of the stove every time I used it to prove I turned it off. Started recording conversations with Linda on my phone. Kept detailed logs of my daily activities, medications, bills paid. My lawyer said this was smart, that I'd need evidence to counter whatever Linda presented. Last night I overheard Linda and Paul talking in what used to be my wife's sewing room. They didn't know I was in the hallway. Linda was on the phone with someone, probably a lawyer. She was saying I'd declined significantly, that I'd gotten
Lost driving to the grocery store last week, that I'd called her by my wife's name multiple times. None of that was true. I hadn't driven to the grocery store because Linda does all the shopping now, and I've never called her by my wife's name. My memory is fine. This morning, Linda sat me down with Paul and said they needed to talk seriously about my future. She had papers from a lawyer. Guardianship petition. She wanted me to sign documents giving her power of attorney, medical proxy, control over all my accounts. Said it was just a formality, that it would make things easier for everyone. I refused. She looked shocked, then angry. Said I was being difficult, that she was trying to help me. I told her I knew what she was doing, that I'd spoken to my lawyer, that I wasn't signing anything. She started crying, said she was worried about me, that I was being paranoid and irrational, that this reaction proved I needed help. Paul got involved, said they'd been patient, but I clearly couldn't make good decisions anymore, that the house was too much for me, that I needed structure and supervision. I told them both to get out. They refused, said this was their home now too. Legally, they were right. They'd been living here for 3 months, could claim tenancy. I called my lawyer from my bedroom. He said I needed to file for eviction immediately, that I should also get my own medical evaluation from a doctor Linda hadn't influenced, that I needed to move quickly before Linda filed her guardianship petition. Once that was filed, proving my competence would be much harder than preventing the claim in the first place. Linda found out I'd called my lawyer. Don't know how, maybe she'd been monitoring my phone. She came to my bedroom looking furious, said I was making this so much harder than it needed to be, that she was doing this for my own good, that when the judge heard I'd tried to evict my own family during a health crisis, it would just prove I wasn't thinking clearly. What health crisis? I'm fine. Dad, you're not fine. You're declining. I've documented everything. The stove incidents, the confusion, the paranoia. I have statements from neighbors about your behavior. Frank already told me he denied your lies to Adult Protective Services. Her face changed. You're recording conversations. See, that's paranoid behavior. Normal people don't record their own children. My son Jeff called me last night. Lives in California, we don't talk often. Linda had called him, said she was worried about me, that I was having cognitive issues and needed intervention. Asked if he'd support a guardianship petition. Jeff wanted to hear my side. I explained everything. He believed me, said he'd fly out next week to help. But the damage was done. Linda had been building this case for months. She had doctor's appointments, neighbor statements, documentation of her taking over my care. I had what? My own lawyer saying I seemed fine? My own insistence that I was competent. In a guardianship hearing, who would the judge believe? I'm sitting in my bedroom in the house I've owned for 56 years, essentially under house arrest by my own daughter. She's monitoring my activities, controlling my access to the outside world, building a legal case to take away my autonomy. And the most terrifying part is,
she's doing it all under the guise of loving concern. My lawyer filed the eviction notice this morning and scheduled an emergency medical evaluation with a geriatric psychiatrist for tomorrow. But Linda's already filed her guardianship petition. We're in a race now. If her petition is heard first, if a judge issues temporary guardianship while the case is pending, I could lose control of everything before I can prove I'm competent. Jeff is flying in tomorrow. My lawyer says his testimony will help, that family members disagreeing about competence works in my favor. But Linda has Paul, both their sons, and whoever else she's convinced that I'm declining. It's my word and Jeff's against a carefully constructed narrative of an elderly man who can't cope. Frank came by again today, brought me dinner, said Linda had cornered him yesterday asking him to change his statement, said I'd offered him money to lie about my competence. Frank refused, but it showed how far Linda would go. She was manufacturing evidence, manipulating witnesses, doing whatever it took to make her case. I keep asking myself when this started. When did my daughter decide that taking over my life was acceptable? Was it when her mother died and she saw the house and assets I had? Was it recent financial problems she hasn't told me about? Or does she genuinely believe I'm incompetent and she's saving me from myself? The hearing is in 3 weeks. My lawyer says if I can prove I'm mentally sound, manage my own affairs, and that Linda's claims are fabricated, the petition will be dismissed. But he also says guardianship cases are unpredictable, that judges err on the side of caution with elderly people, that even if I'm clearly competent, a judge might impose limited guardianship just to be safe. Is fighting my own daughter in court worth keeping my independence? Or should I accept some compromise, give her partial control to avoid a total loss of autonomy? And how do I live in a house with someone actively trying to prove I'm incompetent?